Testing, testing. Hey, Bixby. Where's the chat fee on the YouTube app for consoles? This is ASMR. Hear me roar. Hear me roar. Okay. Psychological garden. BRB. I'm gonna drink my monster. The green light. Testing, testing. Program spiderweb. 343 your brain. This is a beautiful game. I'm playing it. Every time I look back, just gotta make a, couple dials and tunes, recall some memories. Is it S-O-N or S-U-N? Who wants to go to Egypt with me? But we have to time it right. We must arrive at twilight. No sooner and no later. Can you afford that? For magic purposes, the universe sings to. We still got the program of the 20s for a while. Happy Ear Day. brand new holiday dedicated to listening and baking tools. And spider porn. Can't forget the third. In brain cells, though. Very crucial key to that holiday. When we're playing Pokemon, we gotta release them into the, the soils. And feed them so they can grow. Giant bugs. Gotta release them all. I'm working on a new movie. It's called Liberation. And another one too. Actually, I'm working on a lot of different movies all at once. But this one is called Artificial. Just straight up artificial. Everything regarding the word artificial. Take the programs away, what remains? You ever think for one moment, if you took your train of thought and derailed it on purpose, where would it lead you? Can you trust? The eras around you. Z, Z, Z. I was like my first concert. The Jingle Ball Fest. Z100, December 13. I went for Taylor Swift. Ignorantly. My shit was Rogue. And then Memory Lane played Connect the Dots. And Halsey stole the show. I swear I missed a lot because my brain was on focus mode. If you eat chicken, you are a chicken. I am a garlic, cheesy garlic, flour, chicken with green pepper sauce. Sometimes I change. I thought about taking a picture of the book Firestarter. And posting it on the 13th. I wonder what that means. If it takes for too long, to make you clairvoyant or mentally ill. Knock, knock. What's there? The universe. The universe, what? Calls you. Are you gonna pick it up? You're gonna pick up the universe. That's heavy. No, what? How? Stop it. Where is your brain? The silver frame. I'm pretty sure the silver frame is like having these black, hairy legs. I just lost count. There's so many coming out from behind the frame. And now it crushes and swallows the frame. You don't want to know what's going on in my brain. Because the brain, you don't even get me started what was in the brain. A love letter. On a piece of cardboard. On the front of this purple envelope was a picture of a green pepper DualSense controller. MXN, you're a traitor. I'm going to identify myself as modern for the rest of my life. That's not very creative, but it can be applied. I'll make it creative. The next Call of Duty is going to have Master Chief. Okay, maybe not the next one, but the next one. So some of you can say thank you to someone else. The ones who make it. I will just take responsibility for putting the seed into their brains. Excuse me? Program initiated. Ugh. Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite. We're taking Master Chief all over, to all different universes. Don't worry. For all the additional inside the Halo universe. We will add it to Halo Infinite. For the illusion of free. Well, it is free by activity. Do you know what's more valuable than money? Sex. No, sorry. I mean time and activity. Dear children, it's okay to wear a marijuana hat and not smoke marijuana. It's okay to promote, even if I think I'm getting the wrong idea here. Or you're getting the right idea. What idea? Make an icon. I'm pretty damn sure this is who you are. I'm looking at the green pepper sauce, so I must be the green pepper sauce. You don't get to choose your name. That's a recall right there, down memory lane. You don't get to decide what your disorder is. I want to set everyone in a room, well, separate rooms, and get tested on in each room by each individual and see. And then, have them all in secret by themselves in their own groups come up with the answer, and then bring them out into the limelight all together at once and see if these experts can agree. After dividing them into separate rooms with zero communication allowed between them. Brand new television show, by the way. Reality TV. How legit are scientists? Does a diploma really mean anything? You know why I went to college? I didn't really go to college, but you wanna know why I went to college? for sex and parties. For the experiences. I didn't learn shit. Well, I had a good time. As long as there wasn't a boss. Like, excuse me? No, you are the boss. Walk into an Applebee's and college students walk up to you and say, "What's up, boss?" And then all of a sudden I just picture, "Ah, what's up, doc?" "What's up, Looney Tunes?" But I didn't actually think that. I probably did in like a subconsciousness level of design. Nah, I didn't think of that at all. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it now. Ask yourself, where are you? A pyramid. You're in a pyramid? I think so. No, seriously, where are you? Would it be wrong for me to say that I'm in hell? You know, my grandma, said about Earth. True story. Earth is hell. There is no hell when you die, or she said, because true hell is Earth. Like a forgery. That reality is what you make of it, or make. But life isn't like the movies. But yet, reality is what you make. As a little kid, I was analyzing before I even knew the word analyze. So is it the language that traps us, imprisons us? Do we need language? Alright then. The darkness is coming. Called video game imagery sound response. Dominant sensory meridian response. Pull up Uncharted, stare at painting for hours straight. I've seen it. Now, will I physically do it? I might. Not now. I'm too busy with Astro's playroom at the moment, but physically I'll bring it eventually, probably. But I can see it. What else can you see? Choices. Individual thought processes. Communicating agreements. Do you want your movies to mean something? Or to mean, well, to mean as in a direction, something. Something like that. It's like, what's the message behind this film? I applied secret Easter eggs and geometry into every little detail obsessively into the film, even a romance film or a film based on Nebraska. Full of Easter eggs and geometric formulas. While applying the universe, it could become very scientific, very matchmaking. So, if Marvel is supposed to speak to the real world, but also be Marvel, then it has to compete against the known. So once out there is the known, you're changing. You see, Captain America lost his head until salvation came. But maybe it wasn't so much. I remember when I wrote the beginning of Endgame. If I had a party for everyone who wrote the song, we'd be jumping through astral planes. We'd be soulmates. It's like, what? That's impossible. I'm possible. So the 7 rings, the 8 rings of infinity, they're locked in, super fast, Sonic the Hedgehog. Here, through the love rings of love. Why 7 represent love? What if 7 represented the devil? What if it meant hell? Who decided this? If I tilt the 8, it will mean infinity. All I gotta do is tilt it. Just enough for you to, tilt your head the other way to see. It's like, I don't need to tilt my head. It's like, I need to tilt my head. Oh, I didn't see it. It's like, I saw it. But say you don't see it. It's like there's lovely souls that come in with their neurons firing and saying, I never saw that movie. They saw the movie. Or that are saying I didn't see it. How do you know this? Ring around the rosy pocket for the hoses. If you are psychological and mentally compatible to break reality just enough to get to the core of honesty, you might be surprised. No, really, I mean, I've actually witnessed people where they're like, yep. Is passive aggressiveness, or is it just laziness? Or just exhausted? Or maybe they just seriously don't want to answer. Maybe they know the answer, maybe they don't. The beauty about analyzing being CIA is, who's your president? President. It's like, excuse me? President. Come on, put a damn dent in it. It's like, no. You will confess. Tell us now. Okay, I murdered the duck. You son of a bitch. Excuse me? I think we're trying to. He murdered the duck. Meanwhile, that prisoner didn't murder the duck. They just collapse into a mental direction thinking, what gotta tell him something. Well, I mean, I'm gonna die anyway, so I might as well not kill the duck. Mentally, now I feel like I killed the duck. I'm pretty sure I killed the duck now. I quit. I killed the duck even if I didn't kill the duck. I'm done. I have a confession. I am. What the hell is his name again? Who am I again? Charles Manson? Wait a second, I think I got the wrong serial killer in mind. Any serial killer will work, I guess. That one will work. That's who I am. I'll play with the scanner for a bit. Maybe something will surface. Is it illegal to whip my hair back and forth, even if I'm bald? Am I allowed to do this? Are you committing a crime? I guess. I confess. I have been exhausted for so long that I can no longer bear it. I am. Chipotle. I'm so sorry. It is an honor to be Chipotle. What are you talking about? It is just disrespectful for you to think that it's not. You will respect the Chipotle name. You pieces of shit. Chipotle is God. Hello, green pepper sauce. How are you doing today? Empty can of Monster. That's fucking sick, man. I'm gonna destroy you. I'm gonna destroy you. You know what I really miss? A variety of energy drinks. I used to make my own. Something happened. You ever think about making something that you don't like on purpose and to begging yourself to like it? I'm confused. Why would you do that? I don't know. How did you must like to experiment, man. Very experimental, aren't you? I'm going to program and beat the living hell out of myself, dude. Go watch Fight Club. It's like, excuse me? Do you hate me? Because if you loved me, you wouldn't hate yourself. Well, how does that work? What's this psychological tactic? What's going on here? I'm playing Astros. Maybe not the way you want me to play it, but I'm playing Astros Playroom right now. I'm playing the hell out of it. The heaven out of it. I'm playing it. Look, can't you see? I'm playing Astros Playroom right now. How do you like your video games? You know what my favorite part of it all is? Is you know, that at least there's deviation. What? This is why I watch and only play NASCAR. I like to take right turns into my left turns, and left turns in my right turns. Doesn't mean anything anymore now, does it? Or does it? Or doesn't? You know my favorite sport? Humans. Human brains. I like to take out my horses and put in the humans, and I ride them. See which human is fastest. I like to train my human. This human is the fastest human. There's a very important part to this rule, to this game, that the rider must weigh more than the carrier, than the racer is carrying, to make things more difficult. So, Kevin Hart can't be on top of The Rock. The Rock has to be on top of Kevin Hart. And they're in a race. See? Weights. What's another example? Kevin James. Adam Sandler must carry Kevin James. So this is not fair. We gotta calculate who can weight, who can weight lift the most. We put each racer on a strict diet program before we let them play this reality game show. I'm playing it right now, in my mind. By playing it, I mean I'm actually programming it, I'm planning and writing it up into existence in some format. Would I be in the game? Depends on the timing. I might be a control freak. But anyway, or scared. Scared, that's what I'm in. It's unprepared. I'm so unprepared for this race. What are you afraid will happen? You might lose your brain. That is that what you're afraid of. What brain do you have? Well, the lesson means there is only light. Super photonic raptures into night. So, what's the next Spider-Man by Disneyland? What Disney Spider-Man will be making next? What Sony Spider-Man are we making next? How about Spider-Verse? But do you want to go back to old school? We're old school. right now, it's looking like the Defenders. The Defenders fighting. Agent Venom, or the god of the symbiotes. I mean, hey, you got the Defenders and the Fantastic Four. And they'll probably have the Defenders more, and the Fantastic Four will be showed up before they even make Spider-Man 4. By the time of release. So you might as well start off Spider-Man as a Defenders and go into Fantastic Four while all versing the symbiotic god. I've been thinking about it. Thor: Love and Thunder, and a variant of what is it? What the hell is his name? Gore the God Butcher. Thought he killed the symbiotic god. But in the end, he just stole his sword. Which would be fitting to put Gore the God Butcher in Spider-Man 4 then. Put Kingpin, Gore the God Butcher, Agent Venom, Spider-Gwen at the very end for the sequel, for a Big Bang sequel. Shit will go wild. He'll start off with him, settling into his new life. We'll show you and give you a piece of that. And then, I don't know, what's his name? Goes on a field trip because of his college. And he's the one who tracks the virus. Meanwhile, they just got done versing Kingpin. Even as a team up, they see the kind of, in the beginning, Defenders or something had a scene with Spider-Man, Tom Holland Spider-Man, and then Gore the God Butcher shows up. I don't know why. Oh, maybe, I don't know. No, they get something that's related to Gore the God Butcher. So Thor is in Spider-Man 4, or Lady Thor is in Spider-Man 4. Actually, better yet, Thor's friend is in Spider-Man 4. It's Gore the God Butcher, because at the end of Thor 4, in a variant, Gore the God Butcher wins. They turn him into a big bad guy ready come in, but then Agent Venom, and then the symbiotic God versus Gore the God Butcher. Saying, wow, didn't Gore the God Butcher kill the symbiotic God to get the sword? And when you start questioning reality, shit starts to break again at the end. And then you don't need to do us bringing people to start shattering shit. And the fifth, shattered dimensions. Pretty much you have Web of Shadows with Venom, Agent Venom instead, and the symbiotic God in Web of Shadows as Spider-Man 4, which is also the Fantastic Spider-Man, which the Fantastic Four, and the Defender Spider-Man, all in one damn movie. And then you get Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions as Spider-Man 5. And then Spider-Man 6 to throw you off. You think we'll do Sinister 6, but we'll actually crank it up to Sinister 9 as a big surprise for you, because Sony will do Sinister 6 before we get to Sinister 6, so we'll just do Sinister 9, so it'll be 69 in Spider-Man 6. And we'll even bring back all the other Spider-Mans again, and plus new ones in Spider-Man 6. Because in Spider-Man 5, we'll probably only have 2 different Spider-Men. We will introduce Miles Morales in Spider-Man 5. But we'll introduce Gwen Stacy before. Because we'll have Gwen Stacy and shit in the 5th, so in the 6th. Or maybe we'll do Miles Morales at the end of Spider-Man 4 instead. We'll switch it up and then put Gwen in Spider-Man 5. So then in Spider-Man 6, when we bring Andrew Garfield back, because we won't put Andrew Garfield Spider-Man or Tobey Maguire Spider-Man in Spider-Man 4 or 5, but we'll have them come back for Spider-Man 6. And, in this version, we'll give him the girl. We'll make something work with Spider-Gwen. And then, because in the Sony-verse, the Sony Spider-Verse and Venom-verse, Andrew Garfield is probably going to get fucked over again, so more likely. So Tobey Maguire probably won't even show up. He'll probably show up in one movie and that's it. And and on Disney's side, he'll show up in more movies. He'll probably be in a couple different Doctor Strange movies, because I'm assuming that Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is going to have variant films, not sequels or prequels, variant films. A big difference with what I got planned for Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is variant films. Sam Raimi's can have 3 of them. I'll have 3 of them. And the original guy can come back and make 2 of them. So what about Doctor Strange and the Illuminati? We'll just put the Illuminati in the Multiverse of Madness. And just make variant films of the Multiverse of Madness. Scarlet Witch. So you can make actually variant films. You can do Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, Scarlet Witch in the Multiverse of Madness. You can make Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man in the Multiverse of Madness. That'd be genius. Instead of Spider-Man 4 from Sam Raimi makes Spider-Man in the Multiverse of Madness with a different type of version. Yeah, actually, that's a great idea. Spider-Man in the Multiverse of Madness, Scarlet Witch in the Multiverse of Madness, but Tobey Maguire's version of Spider-Man in the Multiverse of Madness. And then you could do Doctor Strange in the Illuminati. Then you could actually go and do variants in the Illuminati. Avengers. We'll do the Defenders first. Make the Defenders before we do the Avengers, because we'll have the Defenders lose in like the third Defenders movie. So we'll have Defenders go on for like at least 3 films before they lose. And then the Avengers will show back up with Avengers 5. Which will actually do Avengers 5, 6, and 7. Probably this time, instead of Avengers 3 and 4 back and back, will be Avengers 5, 6, and 7 back to back in a big ass way. The Midnight Suns. I'm really feeling like the Midnight Suns is gonna be the take is not going to be liked by a lot of people, probably, because the internet is weird like that. They didn't like Morbius. Morbius is one of the best vampires ever in cinema. Up there. Like with the super echo, location and flying and ripping people apart. And I thought it was creative that it was PG-13, but yet they had R-rated content in it, but in the darkness. And how they got away with R-rated content in Morbius was because they just made it dark and hard to see. Like I think that's what I also liked about Morbius. It was still an R-rated movie. If you were to turn on the light, like take the darkness away, you could see blood in it, like in the background. I saw a couple times when they were bleeding out, and the only thing is that it was hard to see because it was dark, but they put it in there. I analyzed enough to tell that much. There was blood in it. But you can take the blood out. It's like Mortal Kombat. We're gonna see a lot of variant films. It's gonna drive people nuts. Some people. I'm down. How can we take the blood out? Let me go and take the blood out for you. Yes, bees around the fire. That's a good place to sit there and do ASMR on the corner, so only on the right or behind you they will see you all the way up there and pop. Trust that someone will pick you up off the streets straight into homeless. GPU makes me sad. So sad. I'll be right back. I gotta go get a monster to turn myself in. BRB. Alright, people. Texas A&M, I guess there's a cousin. It's on the Texas A&M college baseball team, which is pretty cool. I just found out it's on TV right now, I guess. I don't know if it's live, that's why I said yes, because I'm always like trying to think of shit like that, because ever since my first experience at a live event, and then when it comes to television, like, it's not live. I just have massive trust issues with television. But that's why I don't use cable. My parents use cable, I don't. I'm strictly an app user that doesn't even pay for his shit all the time. Come to think about it, I let it run out and then it doesn't pay. So I don't have the money to put in and pay for it all the time. Just like my YouTube Premium. I pay for the YouTube Premium because for a couple different reasons. My reason changes, but now I'm thinking about not paying for it for a little bit. I got shit to do. My Game Pass, I was trading points that's paid for by playing games on Xbox. I do not have PlayStation Plus. And I don't think I will, because I don't really play online games on PlayStation Plus, so I don't know. I would be probably more likely to pay for PlayStation Now. Well, it was right there. Whatever. Nowhere profit. But I like that. Everything's free. We make things free for everyone. No game. Has a hippie side of it. But anyway. Trying to make things interesting, ASMR, and educational at the same time. And trying to change the world for the better as well, because I am trying not to be a terrorist, or identify as a terrorist, I guess, when it comes to my point of view on the economy as well. So, because I could see myself being labeled as a terrorist, like, and that's not my intention. But I do think it definitely, and I'll call it again, that electric vehicle. They said, I remember when I was studying it, that electric, because here in like Norwich, New York, Iron Man 3 and this shit, like, hey, Mandarin, this is where I am. Okay? So, because I feel like if I do that, as long as I have a roof over my head, it creates a honesty that it could become very threatening. But the threatening honesty that there is also useful, because it kind of shows you that privacy, in a way, isn't necessary except for our emotions. A lot of times it's for our feelings more than actual, because if you think about it, the worry behind something, like, oh, someone's gonna steal your shit, or in a section, but in the end, if it's like broadcasted or some shit, everyone can see it. So it'd be like one massive argument like watching a video, like, okay, they just stole your shit. What are they gonna do there? Sit there and choose to see differently? But anyway, when you are in court of law, though, I've noticed a lot of soap operas are going on, and yeah, I have trust issues. Is that stuff official? Is it artificial? Are we making this stuff up? Like, as scientifically, looking into the word artificial, and as a personal and worldly thing at the same time, like as to how can I help other people kind of thing, is that there's this, I believe in the artificial, in the creation of it, but I also believe that you can forget of its existence. Like, it's almost like you can almost forget that, you know, what is, for being called fake for so long as a kid, like being like, you're fake, you're fake, you're fake, was one of the things that I was called a lot. And I'm like, and I tried to figure it out. Like, I actually was interested. Part of me was interested. Like, I was like, what does that mean? I remember being like, and not, you know, because I've had people tell me, like, later on, like, you look at The Walking Dead when I walked in GameStop once. And I was like, fuck yeah. I was like, hell yeah. I was like, hell yeah, that's awesome. But anyway, and, you know, so it's like how you take all of this in words, and it's like you don't like something, and then you have to work with that might, you know, make someone this. And I think channeling our hatred somewhere else is a great idea, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, or things. And I think this is what makes me perfect for the movie industry, actually, because of this thing, because of the way that I think and how it can be used, but for cinematography even. But anyway. But I also have my own little religion that can get in the way with getting there, if that makes any sense. And people who know me know that I did have an agent, and I was paying for an agent, but I was paying the agent but not having the money to actually pay for other things. Being in one of the first things they tell you, you don't have the money, don't even bother to do this, which is really shitty. Because you can have the talent, and just not have the funds for it. And then I learned real fast that it's not about you having the funds for it, that it's when you happen to get involved in this industry, you have to convince them to give you the funds, and so you can make this movie. As how it is. And then you're like, well, then if you're going to make the first movie, you might not want to make the movie that you really want to make. You're going to want to make a movie, your first movie, like something that says, screams that I can be trusted in. If you hand me money to make a film, I can make you know, more off of what you handed me for it, kind of. And what do people love? You know, you look at, people decide what they love in the end when it comes to the industry. And people, when I look at this and what they decide, because you could love something that doesn't even make that much money. So it's like, because look at me, I was in probably, even though it made its money back with Morbius, like, it still made its money back, and it made enough to get a sequel, even, I would say. So it still could have one. But it's like, but it was not, like, received very well by a lot of people, I've noticed. And I thought that was unfortunate. But anyway, because I thought it was a really damn good movie, but that's just me. I liked it, but I really liked the vampire, the midnight, what is it? The Vampire by Night vibes. And there was a movie with, and the Disney, what was it? Disney actress that was in it. But the movie was, yeah, Debbie Ryan was in it. That's her name. And I think that's her name. She was in the movie. And then the other one, but I don't know her name, but they were in a kind of Vampire Masquerade inspired film, which if you ever have ever played any of the content in a game inspired by this, which I have played very little content in these, but it's actually an amazing. I believe it comes from a board game or something called the something. It has a different name to it, but I can't recall what it is. And it's worth looking into because it's a very interesting aesthetic, and when it comes to vampires and vibe going on there, and how it's a common thing to have secret societies of vampires among you, and having religion involved, because there's no religion in it, and shit like that in the games at least. But and there's topics and stuff, and how they're hiding and feeding, and how you're not allowed to be in this territory because this territory is run by this secret society, and this territory is run by this secret society, and it's like vampires and shit with pulse energy, and they have this. It's a very interesting thing, but I also like the game, now that I think about it, where there's a doctor, what is it, Vampire, that's what it's called, a vampire with a Y instead of an I. It was, you're a doctor in the medieval times, and that has an aesthetic to it. Like, that could be a movie. Like, you could make an old antique vampire type vibe that's a doctor, that's a back and thing, but would it be received well? See, I thought the doctor part was a little boring at times, but in the game part, but then we went off and went in and started feeding, or decided whether your morality was evil or good, like trying to fight that. Then there's, it reminds me of Square Enix's Murdered Soul Suspect or something like that, something like that. It's like, and it's about a detective that dies, and this could be a movie as well. A detective that dies, but in Salem, Massachusetts, and in Salem, Massachusetts, a detective dies, and he's trying to solve his own death. He's a spirit, and he's seeing not just spirits in Salem, but he's seeing witches, the spirit of witches in Salem, because he's in the spirit world. Meanwhile, he's in the spirit world, but he's also trying to solve his own death, which that is, I think that would be a good movie. But the problem with these, with often what comes with video game related content into cinematography doesn't really get received well, like most of the time. So I don't see it. I could see it making money, but I would be concerned with it, because I would look at something that I would definitely, as a first film, that would definitely make the money back up, unfortunately. So I wouldn't probably make that movie as a first film because of being worried, or if I can't afford to take that risk. So I know it would be great. It would be great for me. You like it. I mean, I like it, but it doesn't mean everyone else likes it. That's okay. But unfortunately, you do have the rich people that you have to cater to, and I'm not financially rich. I've been accused of being expensive, and it took me a time to process that, but it was like, okay, I'm not expensive, I'll be expensive. So, which is a good thing, because that means I'm not cheap. No one's gonna get into this, like, we want to get into a relationship just for the hell of it, I guess. But I don't know how to take that maybe I should be cheap then. I don't know, like, maybe that's my problem this whole time, is that I need to be cheap. So it's like, or my value is expensive, but the thing is, like, if you are expensive and you end up in a relationship, though, then it's like the whole world will know that you either cheapened yourself, or you have finally, you are, this is the real deal. like that's like true love. How true love works, I would say, is that where you don't date anyone, or in that you're very, well, you could date like, that's a very fucked up word, because it's like you go on a date with your parents or whatever, date with random, and it's received differently. So it's like, so it's like, as a committed relationship, or someone you're going to have sex with, also, that you would say is the true love aspect of, like, there is nothing more sacred about this. This is something symbolic and very powerful about that type of relationship, because around you, no one has to worry about either of you cheating on, or sleeping with anyone else, because you are so fucking expensive, and then you're both so expensive, in your own way, collaborating in this, but also being different and having your meshing in a super cluster that you become. And it's like, this is a power that you could actually do a lot with, because you're now creating and it also well, you're creating something like a vibe that is like, hey, this is the real deal, and for the whole world to see, like, you're a representation. You're like, man. And it kind of reminds me a little bit, like, if you want your own damn reality TV show as well, like, you would actually benefit off that. And you, like, what would you do but 24/7 surveillance, but other people trying to make things interesting, If you wouldn't have to be fake in the reality TV show, if you think about it, because if you have the fun, like, you're able to do this and jump your life, you're just gaining the audience of honesty. And the only worry is, you just scratch money away, and it's not a worry. Money is the ultimate killer to everything in existence, if you ask me. The truth, I think it ruins things more than it makes things better. And this is like, when you look past that and you see this, you also can become, you can do things. You're like you really are like a god. You become like a conjointed, like, meshed god, if that makes any sense, as bizarre as that may sound. But that's what a marriage is, as an icon of creation, of icons of the non-existence, and making it and manifesting it into existence, because it doesn't exist until and then you create this very powerful format of existence that you pretty much turn the world into your wheel. This is or you turn that into your wheel, and you're able to. The Earth is a spaceship. You literally turn planet Earth into a spaceship. You have Earth becomes a spaceship, like, psychologically and spiritually. And it can be, well, spiritually it'd be a lot more, because the spiritual part is, you have holy and unholy energy, and then going past, and constantly in a cycle into something, and then you break it and create an unholy marriage, which could be extremely powerful and still extremely sacred. Like, even sins can become sacred. You can have a sacred sin, which would be considered a sin, which the sin may be dark ambience or something, and then dark ambience being used for love. Like, taking that sin and transferring the energy. So true love is really like, fuck you, and then you still love each other. Like, it's like there's an interview I saw that, despite of what may or may not be occurring behind the scenes, I use Will Smith and his wife for an example here, that bad marriage forever, and as breaking free from a structure or something, but having having the marriage there for words effective or as an obey rate or jumping through a loop becomes I keep thinking of witchcraft. It comes into magic, like thinking like what? But anyway, that's my. If I was Chris Rock, I would. And if that went down, I don't know. It's awkward. But I get, for me, I would only see myself doing that or saying that if, I can actually, I can see myself saying it and not saying it. So it's like saying things, because I still look at words and as a direction, but doesn't change the fact of the heart and love that you have for people. So it's like I can see myself saying vulgarity in the house of God, and then regretting it afterwards, possibly. Like, and then it's like you have to worry about what you're gonna say. Then you can also program very well. I can also program very well as a programmer and walk in and be like, weed is bad, children. And if that's the program you want. Why am I wearing it? Because bad is for 18 plus. Something shit. I'm creating law. You see what I'm saying? But it's still a program. Say, children, you can promote weed, but you cannot do weed until you're 18. Type program. The teachers are like, you can't have that weed hat in here. Well, maybe you should go to a private school. Sorry. Like, excuse me? But it's like, what's the hell is a public school but a cesspool pool of, it's not a religious school. When a public school is a public school where there is 50 million religions all at once. And it's like, what are you doing here? Are you trying to make something so it's like, well, here, it's psychological in our education. It's like, should we be teaching people this or kids this? And they're going to learn anyway. So it's like at schools, and you open things up, and it's not like, at the end of the day, it's words. And to realize that, to educate people like this, I think, is like saying, do you want witchcraft to be real, or do you not want it to be real? Like, do you want programs to be, because what you're saying in a public school is that you are on one program, which could but are you on one program when there's programs? And it's like, to realize this, like, if you're in something and be like, this ain't a program, this is life, then if you honestly believe that, then you can actually become susceptible for brainwashing, like tactics. Like the moment you break that realization and say, hey, this is something, this ring I'm a part of, it's like, or it should be optional, and I should have some kind of controller to say that I'm going to be a part of it. If you see what I'm saying. So it's like, being like, okay, well, witchcraft, the words as implied, or magic. Let me go get my spells out and curse words out here, and it'd be like, I think the worst thing in existence is dictation. I personally believe that there is nothing worse than the death of free will. It is worse than death itself, because it's worse. Because if you think about it, if you die, it could be more of a freelance bliss of sadness or emotion that come afterwards. But when you are forced to be alive under a dictation, it's like, God, that is so much worse than death. It's so much worse. That's like, because then you are completely under the reign of some absolute hell, and that the number one, like, you don't get to choose to live, like, a certain particular way. Like, you now have this, hey, how do I rebel that comes with this, or you submit. I would rebel, or find you'd be clever about how to rebel, because under suppression, so under a rule like that, you can't just straight up rebel. I don't like, you go into riots, you could die or get arrested and shit like that. So it's like, if you don't want to die, but you also, at this point, which is driving you to live, is to be smarter in your rebel thing. That as because this, if you fight dictation, then you make that your life to fight dictation. That you'd be like, well, you're physically in this endurance, but you have to realize that the psychological point is far more advanced than even the physical point. And by opening this field up, it's creating a format of liberation so programming can die. So behind this here, the only thing left is physical. So what now? We verse everything that's physical abuse, as the opposite of free will. We turn that physical abuse into legit dictation. So now that the words are no longer meaningful to the point of punishment, that it's all transferred over to physical action. That now where we're actually punishing people on things, and that is actually how it should be. Because if we're worried about words in the section for every damn thing in existence, we'd be arresting almost everybody on planet Earth. So it's like, at some point in life, you can't tell me that you once said fuck you to your best friend. You can, but it's like, I'm sure someone has said that at some point, but not everybody. But it's like, that might be a bad example, because I don't even know if I ever said that, like, as a mean, threatening way. But maybe I have. I don't think so. I'm trying to put myself in the shoe. Maybe I should, to prove a point, but I don't know. But it's, you start looking at this shit and diving into it. It's this podcast here, this ASMR video, is turned into a podcast. It reminds me of my Twitter account that I used to have, that I don't even have access to. And my Twitter account, I said on my Twitter account, I was posting photos, and my photos gained me, like, I think it was like 2,000 followers in less than a day. I think I gained so many followers in that day, but then I was posting other things. And through what I learned is that it was the diversity, having a variety of content where I was doing other content that wasn't just photography on that page, was costing me viewers costing me followers just as much. But then I realized, do I want followers? It's like, if I feel like it's a sin to follow everyone else, like, I'm weakening myself here, so am I going to weaken everyone else to follow me? Like, is following even the proper use of something that we should be doing? And as a, because I feel like, the message is out there, whether anyone realizes who it's coming from or not, but because someone else can identify themselves as the care holder, the name holder of this. And I feel like I have invented and created a lot of things, and I have just thrown them all over the internet in an absolute mess. And so it becomes game for everyone to claim and own an opportunity to own some of this stuff. And this teaches me that owning things is not you profit off words. So when you're doing lyrics and you're getting arrested for your lyrics, you're getting paid versions. I try to think more and more of this, and I'm not trying to go against a love interest here that I have, but I still look into it and see what we're doing, and ask the question. I don't know. Like, I'm not in a physical relationship with a pro supporter of potential witchcraft. So, and if I was, yes, I would change. I could possibly be open for change. So, I would change because everything I stand for is prioritized towards love even more with free will. So, I would prioritize her as, I guess. But when you look at this, it does have a massive rippling effect and creation effect. Create, destroy, but what becomes the next thing? It's constant and constant. So you have a pattern, your pattern changes, you change, you become this or this. And right now, every time I even tear it apart to explain, I'm potentially damaging my own reputation, I'm like making myself look bad here, or disorganized by tearing your apart and revealing secrets. But, you know what I'm saying? When you put a profit on it, secrecy becomes like this whole massive, successful shit that's going on. Yeah. It was a great idea for Xbox. I just saw it drawn, pop up on my Xbox app. I got something, and I said it before, and I'll say it again. Let people stream YouTube on Xbox. But here's something that I'm going to say. Like directly from the console. But also what I'm going to say that is not just an Xbox problem. This is a TV and console issue. Put a damn chat feed in the app at least. Not trying to be a dick, but it's a little annoying. You have to go to the phone every damn time or the computer every time just to send a message or to text if you want to be a part of a live feed on YouTube. You could see it, but you can't message directly in it, and it's like, and I think it just doesn't work, and it needs to work. I think they need to do that on televisions even, not just consoles. Don't stop consoles for that. That should be for every device, and that's a Google thing that I think they should do when it comes to YouTube. And Microsoft and Sony, should encourage it. And Microsoft should also encourage bringing YouTube over as much as supporting Twitch. Why I don't use Twitch? I can't save my videos on Twitch. That's the reason why. It's not just a live stream. Like, I will lose videos on my Twitch account through Amazon. Like, I lose my videos. And YouTube, I don't lose my videos. My videos will link directly afterwards. This live stream will also be listenable, watchable, however you want to do this as. But I'm opening myself up to also doing podcasts by doing this, and
and I may look like I'm a PlayStation person, which I'm actually been more interested in development and things are being made more than even playing games lately, to be real. But I do play games, but just not as much as I used to. And I do like things that Microsoft is doing far more. Like was there on day one for the Xbox One, and I wasn't for PlayStation 4, if that means anything, even with its rocky launch the Xbox One had. So, and I think all I had was Rise Son of Rome, which was like my first game at the time. No, I think I did have 2 games actually. I don't remember the other one, but I think it was Forza 5 actually. The Dead Rising 3, I think it was. Maybe I had 3. I have to go back and look, because I might have 3 now. Because I remember Rise Son of Rome, because someone wanted my copy, but I was afraid that my copy at the time, because I said day 1, and it doesn't really matter, because I never keep physical copies anyway. Every time I do, I lose, something happens in life where my physical copies end up... I sat here and thought, why do I have physical copies? Because I love art. The art piece on the side, I just sat it on the side, I'd look at it. But my lifestyle is so difficult to have art pieces constantly in my life. It's like, that I have to be very selective on this, and that I benefit more off of digital art pieces more than I do physical art pieces. And like, take all my Xbox games. I will have them for as long as the licenses are allowed to be allowed, and they keep doing it on Xbox. So digitally, and I always looked at Microsoft like, worst case scenario, they kill the Xbox division and go all PC, and they just transfer everything over to PC. So it's like, that's like the worst possible condition, because you still get to keep all of your IPs, because that's what you would, or all your things you have. But would you need to if there's a massive service, and if you decide to go for the whole service? It becomes complicated, because in the end, I ask myself, do I need to own it? And the answer is no, I do not need to own it. I just want to be able to enjoy it and experience it, and see, shit like that. I do the same thing with movies. I do buy movies, but then I question buying movies. Like, I bought The Batman after I saw it in theaters, and I still ask myself, should I have done that? I still have a part of me that asks, because I look at this as, I do think that streaming is a better future in a lot of ways. So as you investing in streaming services, because think about it this way. I also said this with GameFly years ago. Like, having GameFly, and I don't have kids, but if I had kids and you should, shit gets scratched or something, or CD, you scratch my CD and playing site, then they'll charge you a fee, or you're screwing over the next person that gets that game, which is really bad through Gameplay. So it's like using Game Pass and PlayStation Now. PlayStation Now is looking like it might get better, so in some ways, but it's slowly going up there, and by the looks of it, but it has potential. They could turn it around. But do I think consoles will cease to exist in the future? Yes. I will tell you why. The future is multiplied by events, and it's only a matter of time for everything. So, and when you transition shit, but I do not think that this generation is the last generation even. And also, let me tell you what, because there's an investment through PlayStation 5 being hard content with shortages on chips, that there more than likely working on variant versions of the consoles for both Xbox and PlayStation in this very moment. I would say, as in the hardware division of workaround units, you would be working on that as an option. Okay, I'll be quiet. I gotta be quiet. But anyway, these chips are on a shortage, obviously, and yeah, you open it up so you can make other things as well. So and I think the Xbox app and PlayStation app will show up this generation towards the end, but then we'll sit around during the next line of consoles before. And I say or think about it because they're slowing things down. That's what they're doing. If you pay attention, they're not stopping the app thing. They're just from the death of consoles, with having the power to do this all on your TV, for an example, or on your phone. It's just being stalled. Think about it like that. Is it necessary to have a console? You start to question that. If you want to play all these things and how you want to play them, it's going to open up more as options. So eventually, yes, there will be we'll get a PlayStation 1, but it's just the sales are probably more likely to be down. Okay, so and the sales being down, well, in that future, would make the sales go up in software, assuming that we're still relying on money. But I'm telling you that activity and time is worth more than money. Would you rather have your friend buy you or spend time in activity? Think about it like that. Me, I'd rather spend time in activities with my friends. Not have, I'll feel guilty being the poor guy. It'd be even worse when I get married. It's like, because I can't afford, I don't know. So it's like, and I'll feel guilty. But not to worry. I think I got it all figured out. You put all your eggs in one basket. Now that's scary as fuck, that is. Because by doing that in uncertainty, you're applying that, I'm going to brainwash this chick to fall in love with me, what I'm saying. If I do that, or, I'm trusting in this whole process that this is going to work, when I'm also supporting free will and the destruction of those types of mindsets as opened up as realization. See what I'm trying to say? It has to be her choice. You know what I mean? If I go forward to something, it has to be the real deal. And to say that I know exactly who my soulmate is would be as knowledge in the brain and an icon. No, I do not know. I don't have a fucking clue. I can have clues and the burn image, and if that's the case of programming, it's a celebrity or an intelligent, a scientist, or a celebrity. It's like you can even beat money, because money is just and when I think about it, they don't even have to be rich. Sometimes I think they have to be rich, but and I hate that, part about it, that I feel like shitty by saying that, but it's in, or having this thing that, no, like honestly, it's okay, you get rid of that. Everything a table structure, I could just flip, when the table is flipped, you see how much you're in love, and with or without the table. And when she says, come to me, and I have the funds to do it, then the world will know. And we probably will make it very public at some point. Or maybe we won't. I really don't actually know yet. It is not all up to me. As it should be. Even if I am a control freak, know-it-all, it's still, I still have to. So, being a man is brainwashing your significant other. No, I think it's controlling and taming. It's about being a control freak, sure, but also releasing the power and not using it, like, to dictate, but instead to use it to, to fight the urge to be ruler of the fucking world, and because you have that urge and that ability, but just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. And just looking at it like that and having the option out, being like, hey, well, I can brainwash you, but that's stupid. I was like, oh, I didn't know that there's something, psychological here, but I'm going to be like, draw a line so you at least realize that there is also evil here. I am not all good. It's like I want to be bad. I want to be bad at evil. Try to be good at evil. What the fuck? See, I don't you're good at evil? I'm good at evil? Yeah, I thought you were a dictator. I wouldn't get away with so many crimes. I'm good at evil, y'all. Shit. So you're good at evil? I don't want to be. So I try not to be. I sabotage myself. Deep down internally. I'm the devil. I am Lucifer. But I'm new to Lucifer. It's a program of Lucifer. What? What the fuck is Lucifer? The bringer of light? It brings up the light? God, I am the devil. I'm bringing all sorts of shit to light. The world's going to identify me as the devil. I don't like what you're revealing, sir. Stop tampering with neurological science. Leave my brain out of this. So you think you're the devil? I'll show you. But all drama aside, it's, when you look at things as It's like for someone who doesn't even have horses somehow knows a bit about even neurological science of horses. It's like I have never even owned a horse. I've never broken a horse physically, but just because it reminds me of that saying, fucking The Darkest Hour or whatever, with Gary, when he says something. Winston Churchill was like, I've never cooked an egg or something like that, but I've seen it done. So I know that I can do it. Where you putting all your shit towards your abilities? You're a politician. You know, when a fan of Selena Gomez claims that Selena Gomez and tries in all their power to convince you that they are Selena Gomez. And then I have to process that. Well, I know something's off here, but do you really? I mean, I could be Brandon Kendall and then pretend to be a fan of Brandon Kendall. Like I could try to, oops, my bad, I'm not really Brandon Kendall, sorry. And like make a purpose accident. Right? So, yeah, that could be done. Celebrities could be using all sorts of accounts like that. You know, when I look at the grace and faith, the only part I sometimes forget is the by and through part placements, but then now I'm going to call it, just keep looking at that, I'm like, by grace through faith, or is it by grace through faith? See, I just said the same damn thing. By grace through faith, by faith through grace. We set out one faith and grace to even know what faith and grace is. Faith, surrendering through your faith. You're going through the faith, going through the grace. And is that taken for granted for the grace? Yeah? Yo, grace, yo. Okay, so. And it's like, you're doing things wrong. You're loving incorrectly. You want something and you don't know how. Ask for it. Something. But by, like, dear. This is by grace. My name is Grace. By grace. Through faith. Or another one I really like is we're all stardust. Something like that. Or the sun is a door star. Or a superstar. And this is your world. What are you saying? Or Portuguese on the ground. You don't want that power? You don't want me to walk over you? You don't want someone to spill green pepper sauce over your star? It's not a priority. But I wouldn't say no, either. Or I would say no, but I'd also say yes. I just call it a matter of presentations, whatever happened. But can you put your name on someone else's star? Like underneath? What if two people are under one star? I don't want my own star. I want to be on someone else's star. Yeah, like a white star. What a anointed star. I want my star, our star, to be a dimensionalized star. We're going to make a star inside a star. We're going to change Hollywood Boulevard. Have you seen the star within the star? Oh my god, have you seen the star within the star? I don't know what's worse, having a star on pavement, concrete, by itself, or having a star inside a star on concrete with two different people. I actually think it's better to have a star within a star. Who's down for that? You can tattoo someone's name on you. I'll tattoo yours. I have a tattoo on my leg that I did. But I don't share that much. I don't have the tattoo kit anymore. I have scribbles all over my body. It looks like when Daniel Radcliffe was writing his own blood in Order of the Phoenix. And it's like the tattoo is like the same red ink, like a line, and it says, "Shh, scream." I should not. That's what it says. Scream. Scream. And another one I did is the warped knowledge. This is a black triangle that's fading, actually, on my left arm. It's like I'm challenging myself. It's like I'm really out to get myself by doing this one. Might make things even. A tattoo I have not done that I have from someone else. There's two actually that I've done by the same person. Shout out to. I'm gonna call him a con artist just to piss him off. But I'll call him the retired con artist. My MXN, which is actually probably my favorite. The MXN might be, and I didn't do that one. He did that one, and then my cookie tattoo. It was like a voodoo doll, but it turned out to be like a weird gingerbread Irish-looking voodoo doll cookie. That's right underneath it. It's unique, you know. I thought I don't have any names on these. Well, I do. I got an MXN on me, which is supposed to stand for modern explanation. But I thought about putting Venom once on my leg. Yeah, I thought about doing that once. So let's question my title. Artificial T issues 343, 869, and 707. What does that mean? 343 Studios from the loved Halo games, or 8 to me. I'm gonna call it now infinity sign. I have one infinity, implying that there's only one group based. So this, to 69. I almost did 8 is 6, 9. So that almost, because you can put the 6 and the 9 as it is a sex reference, but it also is a 1 to the door, as a 999 or 666, 69 flip. So yeah, there's that. So it doesn't just mean a sex reference, believe it or not. That means a couple of different things. 343, karma for karma, hygienic, wraparound, trap magic, pretty much. So, beware, I might be trying to steal your soul. Okay, so if that's what that number indicates. So 777 is 4 sevens, has, when you look at the title and try to read into it, what does the numbers, what numbers mean by being placed? It's a language. It's all language. Artificial T issues, like magazine issues. What does it mean? Artificial T issues. You ever go to time travel? Go to time travel and to have memory lane on pilgrims. The story. I can't even remember the whole thing off the top of my head. You're not even playing this game. I came in to watch you play this game, but you're just sitting there talking. Like, this is nonsense. It's like, I am playing this. ASMR. Look up. These waving. Look, this is an ASMR video. It's like, I was just misled. I actually already played this. I beat it. And I'm only using it to do this. This is ASMR. Did you see the triangle? Look at that on some of the leaves. There's a triangle and a 0x squared. Seven, 7, 7. You're just crazy, dude. I'm just crazy. Artificial T. The fuck is this dude on? It's sitting there talking. I'll be changing this channel. I liked my headline. I'll be changing this channel. I'm gonna change the fucking channel. It's like, you watch your mouth. I gotta be careful. I gotta be PG. I've already turned to PG-13 because if I correct it, it could be PG-13. But it's already gone past PG. I'm sorry. It's already too far gone. I'm afraid that I may never be PG ever again. I've already crossed the line. I can doctor and become PG-13 though, but I will never be able to be PG for you. I've already crossed the line. I'm so sorry. This Astro Playroom, now that I think about it, it's going to draw in an audience, and my audience is... Okay, so Astro Playroom is a great way to get to know the functions of your lovely DualSense controller. I know it's probably late. It's better late than never in a video that is about a lot more than me describing, the uses that you can have with Astro's Playroom. Why couldn't you go? Why you can go? Like what? Why you can go buy a PlayStation 5? I'm trying to be polite to you. Just be quiet.
Just shut your mouth. Just shut your mouth. We used to do that all the time, me and OG Tricks. OG Tricks is like, it's like if Jonah Hill was missing a leg, and he had his fake leg, and it's my cousin. His actual name's Hunter. He won't care. I'll tell you, his actual first name's Hunter. But OG Tricks, and OG Tricks, you see, about OG Tricks here is that, you know, because someone hacked his account on the 360. That's how he got the name OG Tricks, and I took ran with it. But anyway, OG Tricks. It's like you hack yourself. Just kidding. But anyway, yeah. Where was I? Oh, maybe I need to talk about this game. Just get some massive memory loss issues, okay? Where I just got bored of the topic. You know, I'm pretty sure I can easily recall what it is if I wanted to, but I'm thinking I might not even want to recall it. I think I'm just going to focus on the uses of the DualSense controller for a little bit, you know? Okay, this is what you can use Astro to Playroom for. You can use this to teleport all the way back to the old PlayStation room. So this is the PlayStation. Okay. So this is what you're on. I do have this, both of these things right now. I did have this. I've never had this. I've had this and this. And I've had this. Never this. And I've had this. Never had this. I've had this. Never had any of these. Never had that game, I don't think. I've had these. Both of these. Never had this though. Never had this. I had this. And I had this. Long time ago. I had this. Never had this. This would be cool. I wish I had this. That'd be neat. You don't even need this anymore. I think I did have this, but never hooked it up. I've had this and did hook it up because I had to hook it up because my PlayStation 2 actually, the second thing on this one here, the same PlayStation 2 here, broke. Player 2 slot broke. Online. So I had to plug it in and use that first. I also had this because you needed this for this. Like this. I don't think I've had any of these guns. That's fun. Suck that. Get it stuck. The worst sucker ever. PS1 games.
that'd be cool if you could program the PlayStation controller. That's where I missed that last one. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Well, I've actually streamed for almost 3 hours. Yesterday I streamed over 4 hours. I'm thinking about I'm gonna actually probably hook up the camera back up tomorrow and actually not even stream a game at all is what I'm thinking. And just stream off the camera and see what I can do. See if it'll let me stream off the camera. Make a couple different videos. Talk about some things. I don't know. Go from there, see what happens. I was like sleep on the streets. Maybe in the future, maybe I'll do a video on that. I mean, I can do it. I just rather not do it. I've done it before. Survivalist shit. It's not my to-go thing to do. You know, it's not my first choice in life to be homeless. But it beats, sure does beat dictation though. Like, there's choices in life, and right now I am living in a format of dictation, but I don't know. It's complicated. It's free out there on the road for sure. Rough, especially in winter. And it's manageable. You know, you just have to really worry, I guess, about probably indecency, because when you have to wash or something, like you are in an area, how to, you know, or you have to barricade yourself because people could be dicks if you're naked in public. Believe it or not, you can get fined for it, which I don't really agree with. Like, if as long as you're just fucking, you're a human being trying to wash or some shit, or you see what's going on or changing, or going to the bathroom on the side of the road, depending on what state you're in, shit like that. All that's well will end well, but you also have to be prepared for the worst, because you do live in the United States, and you're a logical networking is what I call it. Maybe I shouldn't identify it as that. There's a whole mess going on inside my head, though, I tell you, sometimes. Living the life, first class, living the life. It is definitely a privilege amongst the world. I can't really play the volume through this right now. I mean, I can in a second. I'm just watching videos on Instagram. Give me a second.
I've got the music on.
Because I was just somewhere when Draft was on TV. And I was just thinking, like, I love Draft Day because you are literally getting to watch people's dreams come true, and I think that's pretty fun. Also, the guys are really hot, so. Shit. one doing the hard work. Look at her go. You know.
Consume too much, but I'm not even high. It's too bright for the darker kind. Take me to the stakes and my soul holiday. I'm too gone, too gone, too gone, too
Good ads like this on YouTube instead. Like everything was music ads. That'd be more tolerable. Like I don't mind music ads, but I get very annoyed with people trying to sell me shit. Like too much. It bothers me now. I've been sold shit. I don't want to buy any of your shit, okay? Your shit's cool. I'm sure somebody loves your shit. My life, I can't, I'd love to buy every single vinyl on the planet. Like, here's something. Or every single physical copy of a video game. But realistically, I do not own a museum. Okay? I do not own something. And I'd rather travel the world on experiences than to own a museum anyway. So if I had to choose travel the world or own a museum, I'd rather travel the world. Personally. And if someone else wants to own a museum, I'd love to go check out their museum and record it because I do love art. I just don't get a chance to do it all the time. Lately, I've been investing in concerts, which I'm actually thinking about changing, which I'm going to feel partly guilty about because there's a couple concerts I wanted to do that now I might not do because I'm considering changing things up. I'm not like consecutively going to the same artist over and over again, but I've been thinking like maybe I should. But then I was like, I don't know, because things are up in the air, and I don't know. It's like, there's no guarantees. Like, why am I going here? I enjoy the music. I can enjoy the music without going there. You see what I'm saying? I could still enjoy the music without going to the concert, but even for free, for close to near here. So why do I go there? And I'm saying, okay, so I'm going there for a couple of, possibly, I'm going there to record and to create a presence of being like, hey, so, and to send that off into the universe as a placement or kind of like a statement, like magic words and shit like that don't mean anything but do mean something when you decide to make them mean something. And so people get the idea that I do have the ability to create symbolic patterns. Like why I went to Shinedown the Pretty Reckless, which was also mathematical. The reason I went there was because of the names and what they represent symbolically. And I was thinking as a revolution against the Shinedown kind of vibe, though. Not anything against the band, but I looked at their naming, their choice of naming. The lyrics, I do very much look at the lyrics. I feel like I look at the lyrics a little bit more than the average person, though, and I'll analyze it, but then I'll ask what it means. And there was a time that I disagreed with the Shinedown. Like I've thought, when I look at the simplicity and the complexity of something, and I ask, what is the simplicity or the complexity of something, and I look at the pros and the cons of simple and the pros and the cons of complexity, because to say all in this is going to be in your favor is programming for sure, but because it's not a guarantee, like all of this is going to work out for you if you go this route. It's a lie the moment you sit there, and I watch bands all the time lie. One of the number one things I've noticed about going to concerts is they're saying this is my first, or often I'm back to try to make people like that this is their first, and to make them kind of feel special or something. But to me, I know too much So it's like I know what they're doing, but sometimes I think that they don't know what they're doing, and they might think they know what they're doing, but it's like, and then they might look at it that way. It doesn't really matter though, it turns out, like, because people don't really go there. A lot of times people go to concerts, with my experiences, it's like a gathering to experience the artists which they love, whether they're telling the truth or not. So even when they sit there and they if they told the truth, I think they still would be fine, because at the end of the day, if the artist sat there and talked nonstop, I don't think people would give a shit. I really don't. Like, most people wouldn't, like, because they're going there for music. That's why. And the music, this is why music can make absolutely no sense, and people will still go listen to it if they like the tone, but there's something there. And people will like, oh, all this and other stuff, and ask me, do I like music? I feel one of the first things I think about music is rendering meaning of creation and the purpose. Like, when I think of music, I think of magic, incantations, sound waves, autonomous sensory emergent response, there's a language in the frequencies alone, with or without a voice behind it, or lyrics behind it. I've studied sound effects. I've said this many times before, but I was doing ASMR before I even knew what ASMR was. Like, I remember getting big time in it in 2011, actually, was the year when I was involved in it, but not on YouTube. YouTube was fucking Skyrim. Come on. What was I doing at the end of 2011, at least, when I was? It was fucking Skyrim. We got all obsessed over Skyrim for a while. So when it came to YouTube, and we were finding things that YouTube didn't have at the time, we were literally finding glitches in the game. We were some of the first people out there, I feel like, that were doing this, that when the game released, me and my cousins were searching through this and messing around with Skyrim. Me and Josh, actually. Me and Josh were doing it the most, because it was routine. Like, there was a joke we used to say, is, when the fuck did we ever sleep then? Because, and I remember, we rotated, because in the middle of the night, we were always up all damn night. Like, everybody was up all damn night. But during the day, I think they would sleep, but I think I slept in the mornings, if I recall, because I remember when they were asleep, so there was time periods where they were sleeping, I was awake, because I remember spending time getting the chicken and our food together to make homemade pizza and stuff, that I would actually do it in advance, because I would want it ready for supper, and also to sleep and play video games, because believe it or not, I had to do a lot of multitasking. I had a heart for being a host. Things that I'm proud about myself is I didn't charge them a damn cent, no rent, because I'm against that. It's against my belief system that if you love someone and you're in there, it doesn't, fuck money. Just fuck it. Even if you don't have it, it's still fuck it. You know, these are family. And I also grew up around family members who will charge you, though. Like, my family charges me when I would charge them a damn thing. So think about that. Take that into consideration. Like, the type of family I grew up in will make me pay rent. And I am the complete opposite, where I would not make them pay rent. It's just who I am. And opening that shit up. And so it does make me question someone. When someone's like, okay, rent a little bit, yes, it makes me feel a little shitty. That I'm like, okay, wow, I guess I'm not really that much a family member. But anyway, so when I look at this shit and I get involved in this more and more, I am a rebel, I guess, but I used to host gaming
things. I talk about this a lot. Like, I remember doing it so massively in 2011. Was some of the last big, and I miss that because it was one of the last big gaming parties I used to host. Like, people have parties and they're like beer pong and shit. We didn't do that. We were okay. This is what we did. Might be interesting for some people, but what we did was a little bit different. Like, we played video games, and I'll tell you, the console that was played the most was the Xbox 360s. I owned two 360s at the time, PlayStation 3, and a Nintendo Wii. And I had one gaming laptop, which was so expensive. I remember just paying it off before the fire happened. But anyway, because there was a fire that consumed everything in that room. Not too long after, I think it was in 2012 when it happened, like the beginning of 2012, I think the fire happened. And I lost a lot in the gaming room, because the gaming room was also my bedroom. Kind of odd, yeah. My bed was in there. I did sleep in there because I was renting a trailer with my grandma, actually, at the time. My grandma and I split the rent on the trailer. And we were renting a trailer. And, but anyway, the 360 was the most played. For people who love the Nintendo Wii, no one fucking touched it. Like, that was like the least used thing in my house. Like, and I looked at people, and I went to other people's houses, and they were playing the hell out of the Nintendo Wii. And when I look back at it, I think me and Hunter were the only ones who ever even picked up the Nintendo Wii. And that was when I lived on Genesee Street. We picked up we played the Nintendo Wii. It was like a Wii sword fighting game. That's all we did was play. I think it was fucking fake sword fighting in the Wii. And then after that, we never. I didn't even play the damn thing that much. And I kind of feel like I still have a Nintendo Wii. Somehow, I still have a Nintendo Wii. Miraculously, yes, I have a Nintendo Wii in one of my duffel bags, packed away. But I still have it. And it's. At that time, the first generation I really got into was the 7th generation. Because when the 6th generation was out, in the 6th generation, it was early 2000s, and going in, it was a different time for me. A lot of depression, a lot of abuse was going on actually at the time, and there was so much going on. I think I even got out of my first relationship at the time. Like, it was the first time I ever was devastated over the ending of a relationship. But it was like, there was a lot going on around that time, and I had a PlayStation 2, but I was so bored of the thing. Like, it's so ironic that the world loved the PlayStation 2, and I was bored of it. Like, I remember playing probably fighting games on it the most. And Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Actually, I think this is the only PlayStation 2 game I ever beat. Was that, and you can question Quidditch, because Quidditch was like the shit. Like, come on, that's probably one of the best 6th gen games that there ever was made. It was called Harry Potter World Champion Quidditch or something like that. And it was such a fun game. It was a great game. I used to play it on the PlayStation 2. And we had like a crazy taxi game called The Simpsons Road Rage. And it's the Simpsons Road Rage. We did play that. There was a group of people. My PlayStation 2 actually, second player port ended up breaking. And I used like a doggle thing, because I had to use a doggle thing, because it's like that part broke. The box PlayStation 2 lasted a long time though, compared to consoles that I've owned. I will give it that. It did have quite a good lifespan, apart from the second player port thing broke. It burned in a fire though, and most of the games were stolen, I believe, by lending them out to people to borrow, and then never getting them back. and and I remember there was a lot of games we had for it. And it wasn't just, well, it was my first game console I ever owned was the PlayStation 2, but then I made a deal that I would let it be the family's console, like, because I didn't even use the damn thing that much, and that in exchange for Nintendo GameCube at the time. I really wanted Nintendo GameCube, because as a kid, I was actually at times, like, I look back and I don't even remember Sega consoles. Like, Sega Dreamcast at the time didn't even exist somehow in my mind. When I was associated to Xbox originally, because I was not a day one Xbox user, which it was released in 2001, and I've done my research on it. And the reason for this is because my first experience with the original Xbox wasn't a good one. It was around a bunch of drunks, actually, and then also I don't remember if that came first or my cousins fighting over the console. And like, I just remember the Xbox being there and they're fighting over it. And then I remember, I think the first Xbox game I ever played was I think it was a Tony Hawk game, to be real with you. I think it was the first ever Xbox game I ever played, I think, which is ironic because I think it was an Activision game and they just bought Activision. But it's and I look back at that and I think that was like the first Xbox game I ever played, and I never played Halo or Halo 2 on the Xbox. I missed out on all that because of my experiences with people who had Xbox at the time, and not having one, and then getting it wasn't the best, and then getting a GameCube, and I beat Need for Speed Most Wanted on the GameCube. I remember having Pokemon Coliseum on there, Super Smash Bros. Melee on there. I played that on the GameCube because for someone who didn't own a Nintendo 64 that was a fan of the Nintendo 64 growing up, and I did get to play the Nintendo 64, I did get to play the Nintendo 64, but it's like I didn't own one. Like, I was the kid that went over to the neighbors and they wouldn't even let me play the Nintendo 64 at the neighbor's house. So I actually played the Nintendo 64 in a hospital for a rich hospital for prosthetic limbs, actually, and I believe it was either in PA or upstate New York. I don't remember, but and it's for because my cousin has a fake leg and has always, and I considered him more like a brother for many years. We had a falling out eventually, but we still associate. We're still brothers at the end of the day, but me and him still don't really hang out anymore. But it is what it is. I'm sure it's something like Dwayne Johnson and Vin Diesel probably. Like, they're probably still at the end of the day have their differences, but you know, me and Hunter, for example, or OG Tricks have our differences, but I still always think of him like a brother. For me, I felt betrayed, actually. It was mostly him getting older, us getting older, and him not showing up a lot of times, or showing up for a short amount of times, and I eventually just got tired of being used by my little brother, if that makes any sense. And it was mostly probably me just feeling massively betrayed for his excuses on timing, and blaming he has no time was one of his most common things that he would say a lot. I have no time for when we used to, you know, we were like brothers. It fucking sucked. But anyway, I played the Xbox 360, and it changed my life eventually. But from there, I was obsessed. It was the first game console it was the first game console I was obsessed with. I don't really identify my first console as the Game Boy Color as owning, but because I did have the Game Boy Color and owned the Game Boy Color before I owned the PlayStation 2. but I usually will say that the PlayStation 2 was my first console, but it actually wasn't the first gaming device I ever owned. Like, I believe that was the Game Boy Color, and I remember playing the black and white Game Boy first, and I was in archery as a kid growing up, when I had a stepbrother who was in BMX racing, and which was more impressive to some people. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here shooting targets. Started off on balloons and then movable animals. I did participate in some tournaments. I was like, here I am just shooting a bow. I guess this is not as impressive as some other people's hobbies at the time. And I kind of looked at my hobby like a not very impressive hobby at the time. I did win awards. I did participate in tournaments. I remember when I went from a starter bow to a full-fledged compound bow, and I believe it was in 3 tournaments, and I won. I think my first tournament, actually, I won first place, and then the second tournament, I think I went third, or was it the other way around? I know I won first place twice, and then I won third place, and I did get first place, though. I remember having first place, but I also remember having third place. So, and I never had second place. It was ironic. A lot of times when I look back at rewards things, I was like, even when I raced, I was like foot racing, like track racing, I was either in first or third place. And it's like I either got first or either got third, because I was always in second place. And I think by me being in second place made it so I never got second place. So I would either fall into third or gain first. But I was always the person when I was competing, I was always sitting at second, and it was really just my ambition. Like when I won that one race, that foot race, I vomited afterwards. And then, like, I remember throwing up so bad getting first place. And then everyone cheering me on for getting first place, but yet I felt sicker than a dog, like throwing up constantly afterwards. I remember that race because this one guy was so fucking fast, and he was one of my best friends. Actually, he became one of my best friends, and I was competing against him. And I remember this. His name was Eric. And he was gothic. He was and he was very, very fast. We were young, and we went across, and I ended up beating him, though. And it took a lot out of me, because I won, and he was in front of me. I went, and I ended up like battling in second. I was literally right there in first place, battling neck to neck, and then I passed him, and it was, and then I threw up. Like, I remember actually being neck, and then in the race, and then I was actually really good at racing, foot racing, when I was younger. When I did participate, I remember, well, look at me, I fucking pace, okay, and I walk a lot. So it's like, and I could fast walk. Like, I remember going to Syracuse Mall every time back in the day. Walk that mall so fast, go through the whole mall, through every store, every single store if I wanted to, like really, really fast. Like, by just simply, and not even running, that's just fast walking. It's like by doing that. And that's pretty impressive, I'd say. But I'm able to do that, or was able to do that. But and look at my talents, and what I've been known to do. I've published poems, in books and shit like that, but only because of peer pressure. I remember arguing with my English teacher, being like, I'm not going to publish any of my works. And my English teacher actually peer pressured me at the time into publishing, or I wouldn't have ever published anything. But I have published. I do have published works out there in other people's books, though. In other people's books. It's not my book. It's just my poems that were are out there, scattered out there somewhere. And I don't even know. I actually think I have one of the books. That's it, but somewhere. But looking back at a lot of shit, a lot of things in life turn for me. Like, I have never had a full-fledged great life. I would be lying if I said I did, but I would always have a backtrack if something would occur in my life. Gaming and hosting, because I think my favorite console probably was the Xbox 360, because I was so obsessed with the console, and I played the hell out of the 360, and I just so much time with the 360, and it did take part of my life away. And I was cooking, and with the parties that we did go outside, though, and I remember we did go hiking and stuff like that. But usually we would either, we'd go out and build a fort. Heck, shit. I remember we did go build a fort in the woods. Or hang out in the woods. Like, we'd go out into where, like people say don't go out to because there's fucking coyotes or whatever, but we used to do it anyway. And also walk all the way to Green to get food from where we were, or where, because that trailer was out kind of a little ways away. It wasn't in town, but it was closer. In Smithville, was all the way over at the time. So, I got remember, because actually I used to have a mountain bike, and my mountain bike, I had two mountain bikes. Because my birth dad, came into my life, and I think he bought me a bike for Christmas, and then my adopted mom bought me a bike too. And so I got two bikes for Christmas one year, bikes, and because I was into bikes for bike riding with my cousins and friends and shit, and especially in Smithville, and that haunted town, we'd jump the bikes. But I had a mongoose, blonde, and white, I think, mongoose mountain bike, and then I had a red and white swing bike. Funny how the colors, when I look back at it, I do remember the colors, and it's funny that way because it's red, white, and blue, but separated. Like, one had red and white, and the other had blue and white, but no red, and the other one no blue. And I rode the red and white one the most, the swing bike the most, and I jumped that bike. And we used to jump the bikes in dirt piles and in snowbanks. We used to go all the way there and crash. We didn't jump the snowbanks. We would throw ourselves. Like, we would purposely take our bikes and smash them into snowbanks. Like, this stupid fun it was. But it was so fun. And we'd take our bikes. I remember shit like this we used to do. And then I like, looking back at that stuff and around the abuse, to say that my life was only that would be lying, because there is a mix of shit, and having the adventure, because I've always been an adventurous soul, but also a science kind of guy, because I, at the same time, like, despite that I was into, like, racing and foot racing, though, like, track racing, and I even did archery before that. The reason why I haven't done archery since and I haven't done it in many years, and that one it was the first hobby I believe I ever gave up on, and it is because I wanted a Game Boy Color, and nobody would buy me a Game Boy Color, so I sold my compound bow to someone who really wanted the bow, and I we couldn't afford a bow. See what happened? I couldn't have the best of both worlds. I was trying to have the best of both worlds at a time that I couldn't. So what I would do is I would give something up to go and pursue another thing. So I couldn't ever keep one thing. I would lose all of my stuff. Like, I remember I lost the GameCube, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance SP all at once for a silver Drac and Dexter PlayStation Portable PSP. I lost 3 things to try to get the PSP, and I got the PSP, but not to this day. And what I did with the PSP is someone helped me out, and I gave it to their grandson. I ended up giving it away as a thank you for helping me out. I just gave it to the grandson. And I remember saying, just remember giving him all the PlayStation Portable stuff and saying thank you at the same time, and just to be nice or whatever, because the kid didn't have much. And I also remember afterwards not having any gaming consoles for a while, because I did not get the 360 on day one. First time I seen a 360, I believe, was in OSea's. I took computer tech, which is building computers, actually, and also programming software. I did both programming software and build computers, and I think I even have a diploma of some kind for it, but I lost it. I think I do, because I completed the class, and I did complete the class. And that was it was a BOCES class. It had nothing to do with high school. High school, in New York, there's something you could do in New York called BOCES that can count as credits, additional credits, but can also count towards college stuff as well. I took computer tech, and I took Viscom, but I did not complete Viscom. I quit Viscom because I didn't like the direction that they were going in, because I wanted to learn stuff in Viscom, but I remember I didn't learn anything in Viscom. I actually did learn shit in computer tech, though. I don't usually learn in classes because I'm such a self-learner, but the reason is because Mr. Harloss was our teacher, and we taught ourselves. That's how it was. We were able to teach ourselves. All we had to do was watch videos on shit. That's it. And then just memorize shit from these videos was pretty much it. And then we were on our own to do what we wanted from there. Pretty much, he didn't really teach us. He just provided us the tools to teach ourselves. And that was a great teacher, in my opinion. I heard a lot of bad things about him, but I actually appreciated that dude for doing what he did and opening things, despite that people did steal a lot of shit from the school. I believe I even accidentally took I took a bunch of gateways, towers at the time, and I don't think they were mine, and I didn't realize it until afterwards. But the cases, and the software, I didn't take any software because I just used pre-installed software on disks that was already provided to me when I was installing it. But Gateway was actually the first type of computers I was working on. It's old ass Gateway PCs. But yes, I did dabble in that, and then I didn't just dabble in computer tech. I fucking got a master. I remember getting a piece of some plaque or some shit. I don't even have it anymore. God knows where it is. So, anyway, it's like everything in my school years is pretty much gone. Most of it, like 90% of it. But then I got into Xbox 360 in 2007 or 8, and the first game console I ever got addicted to. Before I even owned one, I think the first 360 game I ever played was the original Saints Row. And when the bridge went up, there was a bridge that used to go up in Saints Row. It was really bad. I thought the graphics were horrible. Saints Row was horrible. But there was something in that game that was nice, and it was the bridge. I remember the most about Saints Row was that there was a bridge that went up and that you could jump the bridge. I don't know, I just remember that for some fucking reason. But, because I never even beat Saints Row. I believe the first Xbox game I ever beat was either Saints Row 2 or Gears of War 2. I can't recall. I know Saints Row 2 was the first game I ever single player by myself I beat, but I beat Gears of War 2 with my cousin, and then we went and played Gears of War 1, because I actually beat Gears of War 2 before I beat Gears of War 1, and then we also played Gears of War 3 and beat that. I played Gears of War 4 with my friend from Ohio that I met online, but I didn't have anyone to play Gears 5 with. I think I played Gears 5 by myself, if I recall. But it was the first Gears of War I think I played by myself, because I think I even played Judgment with my cousin. I think we beat that together too, I can't remember. But looking back at all of this, these memories that I have growing up, and ask yourself where you are in life now and dreams. I used to entertain people. I did impersonations. Even Jim Carrey and shit. I was a huge Jim Carrey fan since I was a little kid. Even. So he was, and I used to be on the trampoline. On the trampoline, some of the memories I have on a trampoline impersonating, scenes in his movies. And I remember just falling backward. I ended up getting my back hurt really bad when I was a kid, and I had back problems for a little bit because of it. Because I would fall. I was like, okay, if I want to be a real actor, I gotta fall on my back in front without catching myself, is what I was like, which hurts. Turns out it hurt bad when you land and do these scenes. But I could do it, and I did it. And then they said I had scoliosis, and that if I didn't wear this back brace, that I remember that by the time I was 20, I was going to be Hunchback of Notre Dame. They just wanted money. I shit you not, that's all the fucking doctor wanted. They conned the hell out of us to get it, and in the end, I would have think probably for 3 days struggling, and then I was like, fuck this. And then I didn't wear it afterwards, ever again. And so they paid all this money for a back brace, and it's like, and because they told me of this, and then afterwards, years later, I have not had a back problem as an adult unless I eat potato chips, which is fucking odd. Okay, I don't know what it is, but if I eat potato chips, I'll get a sharp pain in my back. And I'll still eat potato chips every now and then, but it's the only thing. There's something about potato chips, crunching on a chip, that sends a jab to the middle of my spine. Do you know how, like, people that eat popcorn get nightmares? I get stabs in my back, like someone is stabbing me in the back every time I eat a chip. Like I'm getting a knife driven into my back when I eat a potato chip. What does that mean? was a chip. I wonder if I ate the poker chip, if it would kill me. If it would snap my back in half. But anyway, and other hobbies. I've done a lot of things. I also did acting. The acting that I did was the first play I ever did was in a classroom, which is a classroom play. I was a dragonfly. I was a dragonfly. It was awkward. I think it was really bad performance. And I remember that, and then it was my first ever performance that I know of live. I don't think it was my first. My first performance was probably in front of my cousins. Even before then. But my first ever kind of organized, follow someone else's script was in a classroom in MacArthur. Binghamton, MacArthur was a school in the classroom. And then after that, I went to another school, Lyman Conference, in 5th and 6th grade, and I went to summer school because I think they made me go to summer school, except for after 6th grade I didn't have to go to summer school, but I chose to go to summer school. I remember choosing to do summer school because I wanted to do summer school in the summer before 7th grade. That was because I had friends, believe it or not. I had friends there. And then when I went to a public school, it was starting over again. I was bullied. I didn't have any friends for all of 7th grade until the end of 7th grade. I had to become friends with my bullies. My first friend was Autumn, and that was just because the teacher told her to show me around. I remember that, and I was really out of place in green, and I was really out of place. Even in 8th grade, I was out of place, despite that I started to gain friends in 8th grade. 8th grade, I was actually able to be among the theater crowd, but I was not doing plays in 8th grade, but I was hanging out with people who were doing plays in 8th grade. 8th grade was also when I auditioned for the first time in green, and because the messaging was so bad, I thought I did not make the role, and it turned out I did make a role. I was going to play a police officer in the play, and I didn't know until afterwards. I remember this like it was yesterday. And I had a crush on one of the actresses. I think she has her own band now. I always did that. I remember when I was in public school, the girls that wanted to date me, I wouldn't date them. It's I remember having this girl ask me out, and I was like, no, I'll dance with you. I said I'll be, I was nice and said, well, I'll dance with you, but I'm not, and I felt bad at the same time, but my eyes were always set on talented, that I knew who was going to be what. And this girl, she could sing, she could act, and I knew that she had something that a lot of the other kids didn't. And that's why I think I had a crush on her. In the end, it didn't pay off at all, because she didn't even know I did acting, because I never acted in front of her. I never acted on the stage. And I remember, so how would she have known? When I look there and think about it, because the only thing I had on document, I think, was a VHS tape, which was really bad performance. And I did plays in 5th and 6th grade, and the summers as well. And those plays, though, were different than the school because these were musicals, and I was required to sing in those plays. I remember it was a requirement I had to sing, and so I sang in all of those plays. I don't even remember what the hell they were. They were names that I can't even recall. One was like Beyond or something, or some shit, something Beyond. I played in plays that I can't even fucking remember what they were, which is pretty bad. And I know all I could tell you is that they were a musical, and they were usually ran by Miss Jamon or Mr. O. And Miss Jamon was our teacher at one point, and Mr. O was Mr. O was our music teacher. That was the first time I ever seen Diablo, because he got in trouble. The teacher got in trouble for playing Diablo 2 off on his breaks. I remember they were a dick to the guy, because on his breaks he'd play Diablo 2 on the school PC, our music teacher. And the dude was really cool though. He actually had his own band. He might still also, he had a band, and I remember and at that time I was a huge Beatles fan. This might become odd, but because of the type of music I listen to nowadays, but I listened at that time. My music was changing slightly, because I was a big fan of Mr. O. Me and him got along a lot, and I remember that was when I first played the drums, and drums, and I was impressed. It was actually impressing, because when I got on the drums, I was able to tune the drums without even being told how to do it, and without even an education. And I look at it, and I look back at shit. I could tell you an instrument that pissed me off though. The guitar. I'm not gonna lie. I still have issues with the guitar to this day, playing strings. Anything with strings on it, I still have problems with. It makes me angry. it makes me angry playing shit with strings, and I have had an argument with a guitar. I fucking had a fight with a fucking guitar in real life, and I even walked up to celebrity signed guitars and said "fuck you." I remember doing shit like this, and then I'm so bad, but whatever. And Hard Rock Cafe, I was like that to a fucking guitar in Hard Rock Cafe, because I was so angry at the guitar, and I still can get angry at the guitar though. It's I guess, but and when I did drums and later piano, and when I did the piano, I was a natural actually at the piano. I was pretty good at that too, and then. But drums, on the other hand, was in front of people. I did the drums in front of people, and they liked it. So they said it was impressive. When I did the piano, I did that by myself mostly. I did do it I don't remember doing it in front of anyone, but I was tuning it, listening back to it, and trying to compare it because I was using mods and shit though with the piano. I was using some modded piano boards, and I was pretty good at it, but good enough to not need to be taught how to do it, to teach myself, I guess. But after that, I just I've dabbled in a lot of things. If I were to go down a route in my life, and if I was around people, I hear these stories, a band or something. I have said this before multiple times. Even in 8th grade, I think I wanted to make a band, and we entertained the idea, but no one actually did the band. The band ended up falling off, because I remember people were in the classroom messing around, and I think I was the only one serious about it, to be honest. And that was, so it flopped real fast. But and I had a tendency to give up on things when I was around people who gave up on things. And I matched energies when I shouldn't have matched energies. So, but being around in certain environments, and if I had drum set here, or even as a kid, I would have been living on the streets, because my parents aren't awesome like Billie Eilish's parents. I watched the documentary. Like, she had parents that I would have loved to have. So, I didn't have parents like that. I had parents that said, "Shut the fuck up." That's what my parents were like, "Shut the fuck up." But then they would be like, "Oh, here, we'll help you out and buy you some shit sometimes." But that's, here and there. But most time it was shut the fuck up. And I had a lot of psychological abuse, actually, and growing up, even from people who loved me. I learned that psychological abuse was okay in some cases, which turns out that's not the case for a lot of families. I saw that, but in certain shit. So, but being open to things was important, and I've always been wicked different. So, knowing where I come from, my background, to tell you that hatred is learned through my experiences. It is something that is like a weighted scales of the lack of freedom, is really what it is. And when you are not allowed to be yourself, bad things happen. They do, unfortunately. It will spiral at some point. And as a kid, I didn't always handle it right. I have done things times that sometimes but even though it's actually pretty serious, but some of the things I did when I was younger, and I convinced a bus driver once. One of the probably evilest things I ever did was convince the bus driver that somehow he believed me. Though I didn't physically do anything, but I think I put my feet up on the dash. I put my feet up on the dash, and they throw a fit about the dash because it was a school van, and I threatened to kill us. I remember doing that, because I got so angry, and I remember saying to the point I was like, I was the devil and shit like this. I was really little, and I think that was the evilest thing I probably have ever done. I've done a lot of things, I feel like, but that one up there was one of the worst of the worst. When I look back at it, he quit his job and everything. He was very religious, thought I was the devil. I convinced him, and because I said I was the devil, I believed I was the devil. I convinced myself for a moment, and I didn't want. I think I didn't want to go home, but I didn't want to go to school. Also, at the time, I was in a bad. I don't even remember. I was in it really, when I went back. I remember being in my stepdad, throwing me against the fucking wall, punching me, punching my mom, and shit like that. And he used to. I remember for breakfast waking up and it'd be having food, and then all of a sudden flip the table, the table flipping. Where I learned table flipping, not physically but mentally. But he did it physically. I learned it mentally a bit different. So that my experience came from my stepfather with table flipping. He used to get so angry at my mom and me, and that he would flip the table, and I remember my cereal flying up in the air. It was one of his favorite fucking things to do. At one point, it was flip your fucking table. Fuck this. He used to be flip all this. And in the end, I remember when he was fighting and trying not. He was claiming he was trying not to be abusive, but what he said on High Street was, he said when he went in and he confessed to us at the time, he said the reason why he was hurting us was because he wanted to control us, is what he said. And I remember him saying that in the living room to us, and because at that point I think he was trying not to be violent, and he said to us that, you know, he wanted to control us, and that the moment he learned that he couldn't control us was the moment that he gave up on it. But then I learned that I instantly felt like what he said was bullshit at the time. And I'll tell you why, because at that moment I didn't know verbally, but emotionally I knew that he was planning to try to transition it into psychological abuse instead. And at the time, and then he did turn back into physical abuse when the psychological abuse didn't work for him, because I fought it back, and I would get in trouble for fighting back. And this is a true story and shit. I feel like it's a necessary thing to talk about. If you ever want to know me, if you ever care about knowing me and ever care about anything to do with the truth about me, and I've been told never put your feelings out there, but I say sometimes we have to do these sacrifices for people to really know. If we're living in lies our entire lives as a defense mechanism is to lie, isn't the world or the government we should be supporting. Maybe that everybody's doing something very much wrong. If we have to depend on lies, then we are clearly fucking doing something wrong. So what's it cost? It could cost you love interest. I've noticed the worst cost of it all, but you actually can tell who really cares about you, though. But like, you can fall in love with someone, but the moment you're honest and too honest, you could find out whether or not someone really cares about you by simply being too honest. But looking back, and then the 360, some generation, I owned every single damn console. I did do that, and I did host parties, and people loved those parties. They seemed to like them. I cooked and shit like that, and then people came around, and everything came to an end. Then fire happened. I mean, that's one of the things that happened, and then afterwards, I ended up meeting up with my dad, my birth dad, for the first time in forever, which was a mistake. Then after that, my life I went because I was 20. I went and got my second apartment by myself when I was 20, and it was on 46 Division Street, Norwich, New York. First time I moved. I lived there for a short while. I was staying this summer. I did stay this summer there before I had my first apartment. When I was 17 years old, I had my first apartment, and I lived by myself. People occasionally came and stayed, but a lot of it was in Green, so Green turned out I needed to get the fuck out of Green. Actually, to be honest with you, it was worse than Norwich psychologically. It was worse, so I had to get the hell out of Green. It had too much of a toll. Norwich is enough. Norwich is heavy, but nothing compared to Green's weight. Too much shit lingers, too much history, too much torment, in even the good memories turn into torment. It's tragic in that town. So, but after that, for me at least, then going from there, I was, well, I'll skip that because I went, wait a second, I was 17, I came back, well, I think when I was 16, because the summer where I was 16, and then I think I got the 360 when I was 16 years old, and because I got the Dodge Dakota 2001 truck when I was 17, because I got my permit when I was 16, but I didn't get my license, and then I went in with 17 with got the truck, and I had to drive the truck illegally to even drive the damn truck, because I had no one that would ride on the truck with me most of the time. But when I did have a couple times where people did, and I recall getting the truck Indian gift. I had the truck pretty much taken from me, so despite that it was a gift, but it was actually taken from me, and I remember that at the time. But and then going from there, my life was a tug-of-war match. Got the apartment when I was 17, and then moved back to Smithville at some point when I was 18, because I think I only stayed a year in my first apartment, which a lot happened in around that time. And then I turned 19 there in Smithville, and I got the rented the trailer with my grandma at the age of 19, and then I was 20, turned 20 there, and then at the fire, I went from there to my second apartment by myself, and I turned 21 there, and not too long after, I think I got the news that one of my old friends, that we decided we were going to went our different ways, separate ways, died, and shit like that, and then my grandma eventually died not too long after that, and so then went from there, 21, had things going on, met people, and some of the people I hung out with were questionable when I looked back at, and I was like, why the hell did I hang out with them? And then 22, I was still there, I think, when I was 22. I was like 23 when I moved to the Golden Age, I think. I don't remember. I think it was August 13th, 2015, or something like that when I moved there, 2014. I think it was 2015 because I posted the picture, an Instagram picture, and that I think it was I think it was actually 2014, because I think I ended up posting that in 2015, and because I didn't have much when I first moved there, because like I said, the trailer fire took everything, and I started rebuilding on Division Street, but every time I rebuild on Division Street, I would lose everything anyway, because I was hanging out with people who like to trade. And my friend at the time, that I considered a friend, was a con artist. It's not like he wasn't a good friend at times, and I hate to diss him, but what I can honestly diss him for was his lying about being a con artist at times. But I believe he retired, he doesn't do it anymore, but and I hope he did. But and there was times where he helped me out, and then there was times where I felt screwed over, and there was just bad business going on with trade. I ended up losing so much because of it. It was really bad at that point in my life, back and forth, and I was miserable, secretly miserable as well. I wasn't happy. I was just pretending to be happy, at that point in my life. And then Golden Age, I used that to actually start doing fucking content. Actually, it was online. I think I started doing more. I started slowly graduating, going to do that stuff. 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and then I left in 2019. I gave up all of it up. I got tired of it. I couldn't do it anymore. I was like, fuck this. And so I walked away, and I left everything there, pretty much. I left all my stuff. I didn't even really want to go back at the time. And I heard they threw it all in the dumpsters. I heard the story is that they just threw it in the dumpster, all the stuff I left behind. But in 2020, because at the end of 2019, I actually gave it up in my apartment in, I think, December, before I went to New York City. I know I did it before I went to New York City, because I was homeless for a bit in New York City, sleeping on the streets. This one I also got robbed in December 2019 as well. And my main focus was, as I said before, was actually because I was online and I was a huge Taylor Swift fan and shit like that. And because I felt like there was something more there, like because I saw the coding and messaging. And she had mentioned multiple times. I remember that was going through my mind because I was big into science. And then I learned later on that there's brainwashing tactics, and that maybe sometimes artists are what they do are evil considerably, and possibly, and why what they do. And it becomes a thing that you don't want to believe, but it might be true. But I don't know for sure, actually, to be honest with you. I don't know for sure because it's so sciencey that it could be used for evil. That's all I know, is it could be used for evil, and it probably was at times, even unrecognizably used for evil. And you're dabbling in with witches. You think there's lizards. Lizards is like a code format word. There ain't no lizard people. There is witches, though. Like, you want to dabble in the magic and shit and coding. Now, that is very real. And I've had that first experience dabbing into this shit. So, but I've never seen fucking lizard people. But I've seen witches and magic and spirits. Like, not like illusions, but I've seen that too. But I've seen full-fledged supernatural influence in The Shining, and I've seen telepathic shit where people read people's minds. Yes, so I've come across all sorts of stuff like that I could say that I don't just believe in it, that I know it's very real, and I also know that as real as it is, it can also become unreal because of the way it's icons. And this is where Jim Carrey comes into play. A lot of the things that I was agreeing with him was that icons were how you create witches, how you make magic real, how you make telepathic abilities real, how you make mind reading real, and you brainwash to the point to program the language into people's minds until, like, if you obsess over the same color constantly, you will see the same fucking color, and people will believe in that fucking color to be that meaning. And then you might be weirded out, freaked out to see what comes next. Because let me tell you something about this. Clairvoyancy is no joke. Clairvoyancy is so very fucking real. It can be. As much as it can be real, as much as you can destroy it, the reality, and make it no longer real. Vampires actually go against clairvoyancy. If you look at vampires and clairvoyancy, a lot of times, I've never seen a vampire drink blood, but I've seen a vampire drain clairvoyancy and the ability of seers to make it so it's hard for people to see things. or to know things when it comes to that stuff. But when you're amongst all this crowding and shit, and when you're among these things, it's like, it's not like you wouldn't join the program, but it's who accepts you in your life and love. And to say, would I ever become a witch or a wizard and shit like that, or a funny joke like that, or whatever, if you want to call it that? Yeah, I would, for love, only for love. Sadly, I probably would, like, if I got very desperate, and at the time, and that was all I could, and I was like, that's the love of my life, and that's what she wants. Yeah. Unfortunately, that would cause me to give up on the world and to put more into the relationship and our lives and the abilities more of what we're doing out of her beliefs, more than even my own. Because I don't really, at that point, I wouldn't even care about my own beliefs. I just want love. So, and shit like that. So, and love can be used to brainwash people just as much as other emotions. And yes. And I would let her do it. Just as long as, that's the thing. I would, because I'm just so tired of being alone. So I gotta be, I guess, for temporarily, be careful. So it's, but anyway, moving on to shit. After that, I was living a little bit homeless in New York City for a bit, and came back and went to Florida, and then experienced the harsh laws in Florida. It was the first time I ever went to jail, actually. I got arrested. Unfortunately. And after that, but all charges were dropped. I got arrested because of a false thing. And in the end, the judge just was like, what? But that's how the police are. Like, if you are, I've seen so many homeless people be arrested, and I was charged with, I don't even remember what the fuck I was charged with. All I know is that I didn't believe in it. I thought it was wrong. And in the end, because I was like, I pleaded not guilty, or I didn't even plead not guilty, because I never even seen the judge. That's how bad it was. And I've seen the judge talk. It's like, but that was it. And then I never actually went. It was like, I got a video. And then afterwards, never actually had a court session. In Florida. Because in the end, I think I spent like 2 weeks. And then they were like, we're releasing you. This is like, we fucked up. That's what they were like. Everything we charge you with, they were like, we made up, we fucked up. That's what they were like. I prefer going down like that, like, because when I was in there, yeah, so I slept a lot. In the end, and I was just like trying to sleep as much as possible and staying. I built relationships with inmates just to keep my distance, though. That was all I did it for. Like, I remember feeling that I needed to create boundaries, and so I kept to myself. Like, most of the time. But then after that, I came back, and then I think I came back, and I'm trying to remember shit here, because I had plans backfire, because I thought about getting an apartment or something like that, if I recall. I was considering it in Florida at one point, but then that experience kind of drove it out. It was never my true desire. And then I went to rented an attic, actually. at some point in my grandma's attic, and I was around drug addicts, and it was the first time I did acid. I did acid for the first time. I was smoking weed. I was doing all this shit that I didn't do, you know? And I smoked weed a couple times in 2019 before then, but that was it. And ate it a little bit in 2019, like I tried, accidentally ate it actually, I believe, I think I knew, but I didn't know how much to consume. I ate too much in 2019, that's what it was. And then in 2021, I moved, or was it 2020? So either I moved and then I hung out with people who were doing all this shit, and I tried acid, and I couldn't hang out. In the end, hanging out with people that I were hanging out with and were doing all that shit was, you know, I challenged it and I would do it, and then it fucked with my head. I ended up, I just would talk nonstop and shit like that. And then I just ended up having to, I don't do that shit, let's just put it that way, anymore. I did dabble in smoking weed after that though, but I gave up because I did acid around that time for the first time, and then after that I got out of it. A couple of trips and shit that I was doing, and then I got out of that, and because it was making me stupid, it was messing with my head, and I was listening, I trusted people, and I shouldn't have trusted people doing that shit, and even dabbling in things and getting involved in things. It was a disaster. Before it was a disaster, it was just a matter of time. And then I went to Utah, and then to San Diego. I didn't do any of that stuff in Utah or San Diego, but then when I came back, before I went to Santa Monica at the end of 2021, before I went to Santa Monica, I came back, visited some of the people I hung out with in Binghamton, and then I did smoke weed then. I remember that, I thought that was the last time I smoked weed, but it wasn't, because it was actually Santa Monica I smoked weed, and when I smoked weed then, it was fine, but that's because I was with a bunch of people that were from England, I believe, and I have a thing of hanging out with foreigners, more, when I noticed this about myself, that I was more interested in hanging out with people that weren't from the United States, and I was, so I went and we smoked weed, and I smoked weed then, and I was like a fucking security guard. I turned into like a protector, oddly, and we went marching down the street in like a parade. But the funny thing is that even though I was like in a parade after getting so fucking high in a parade, I was also acting like I needed to protect them. Like I had this instinct, like I needed to protect these guys, because I don't know if they know, like I felt like the cops are going to show up at any moment and try to ruin our lives in Santa Monica. In the middle of the night, we're marching like a damn marching band, and because where I'm from, if you do that, they'll fucking put your ass in jail, at least for the night. And it's back then, at least, it was really bad. I guess times have changed a lot, so you can actually do things like that, I think, now. And they just give you a noise complaint shit. But we didn't get in trouble. It's like we didn't even fucking exist. But there was a saying that I remembered with one of my friends that I thought with my friend, I don't know, but I was told that all that is well will end well. And I said at the time, I think I fucking saw Conan O'Brien. I shit you not. I thought Conan O'Brien was standing there in the middle of the street, and I walked up to him. I didn't say anything to him. He looked like Conan O'Brien with bad makeup, with a bad shit over his face. And my friend threw a bottle, and I remember I was like, was that you who picked up the bottle? And he's like, yeah, I picked up the bottle. Like, and I was like, well, thank you, because someone would have got hurt. I was like, because I actually went to go pick up the bottle. Like, I was going to go pick up the glasses and pieces of the bottle, because it was just like, because some people, and to get the glass out of the streets and shit. But I turned around when I came back, the glass wasn't there, and instead it was this guy standing in the middle of the road. And I had an instinct, instantly, my mind said, that's Conan O'Brien in makeup. It is what instantly came into my head. But I was like, I should not tell him this, though. I should just play along, is what I thought. And so, and I actually sat there, and that happened I think that happened in 2019, before I gave up the apartment, actually. The golden age was a thing, and it's like, people fuck with me. But I also fuck with people back, so it kind of evens it out a little bit, so. But the Tops parking lot, I did do something fucked up once in the Tops parking lot. I used to call the Tops parking lot the Apex parking lot. It was like something I would say, and people used to say, well, look at this guy. He's like, what is it, fucking Halloween? Because he used to wear these hoodies all year long, even in the summertime, that had like skulls or Batman hoodies, the Joker hoodies and shit like that. I used to wear these hoodies out, and the people were like, what is this guy, like fucking Halloween? Because no one did that. I was the only one doing that in that town. I was, to them, I was a fucking freak to them. And so, and I remember going to Walmart just to hang out, and then next second, the sheriff is calling, saying, someone is complaining about you going to, like, we need you to stay away. And I'm like, what the fuck are you on? I remember that shit. That was like, because I was wearing these very controversial hoodies. I know what it was. It was because I was wearing these controversial hoodies, and I looked very weird walking down the highway wearing these hoodies that no one else wore at the time in that area, and then walking through the parking lot, and then shopping at Walmart, and then hanging out on the outside, like eating or something, because I was bored out of my mind, and I would just hang out there for a little bit, and then walk back, pretty much. And eventually it called up to me after a couple times, and someone said to me, you can't, like, pretty much, or whatever, and tried to twist it into something else, I guess someone did, but because you can do that with image, and because I was looking so out of place, because I did look very much out of place, so, like, I will give him that, like, 100%, I was totally unique. So, doing that. So, I think it scared them, because some people were like, I had a serial killer hoodie. I had like Jason Voorhees Scream on it, and shit like that, and I would walk in down the street wearing it in the middle of the summertime. I remember doing that, and then people were just looking at me like, I'm evil because I'm wearing this hoodie. Or I got a lot where people told me that I'm like Halloween. But one of the most common ones I got was, what do you think is Halloween? For just wearing a custom hoodie. But after all that, New York City had the connect the dots with Halsey and the hearth image in my mind, and just pure warmth. And I remember coming back home and Ryan Seacrest being like, it's live. And I was like, I was very a little devastated about lies, because there's something about lies in the industry that I definitely didn't like. Like when I went in, with the thing that I didn't like about the industry, about Hollywood and how it operates, is that it's like lies are so acceptable, and even white lies considerably, but it felt to me toxic. The lying constantly felt toxic about like time periods, or I thought people had the right to know about that. You can compare to acting and all this stuff, but when you go and do a live thing, it's not really necessarily live. And it's so odd, because I went to that and then it was pre-recorded, and I remember on TV that when they were like live, Taylor Swift closed it. But that's not how it went down in real life. In real life, she opened it, and Halsey closed it. But they had to edit it, and when I heard it was like, this is live, it killed cable for me even more. I think emotionally it killed cable for me in that moment. Before then I was even questioning cable. At that moment I was like, I'm never using cable again unless I'm around people that are using it, and I will never do that shit again. Fuck cable. So, and because there's something you get with Twitch and YouTube, real live streams. When people switch on the Twitch, it's honest. It's something that Hollywood had to catch up on, or still playing catch up on. Being honest and still being able to entertain people. And even Disney, one of the flaws I have with Disney is that they are so big into lying for so many years, and it's not that I don't like their stuff, it's just that I don't like their lying and their encouragement of lying. But apart from that, I get on board with a lot of shit. But when I see this stuff into the industry, no wonder why, it makes me concerned. When I was in Hollywood Boulevard this year in February, I had someone that I walked around a building 3 times, because I remember I had the Scientology thing on my mind, because I went to the Scientology thing and had confirmation and shit like that. I walked around this building 3 times. I counted 3 times because I recalled things. That's how I know it was 3 times, because I was paying close attention. And then this guy shows up, and he's wearing this suit. Says to me that he's in the industry. He does like he didn't say anything about music. He said shit about he did porn and shit like that. And it was like. And he brought this topic up in the industry, like if people are in the entertainment industry. It was like the first thing he brought up, and then I entertained the idea. I was never interested in doing porn, not like that. What he was describing, I was just interested in how far this could go, and he brought me into the building, and he was like, "Come into this room." And I was like, if I go in that room, you're going to lock me in that room. I said to the dude, you're going to lock me in that room. It's like an off-room janitor's closet. And the guy wanted me to walk in there and time masturbation. And I was like, do people honestly do this? I thought, do people honestly? How many victims, how many people have actually believed this? I was sitting here thinking. And I'm sitting here, a grown-ass dude, getting this offer, and I'm like, nah. This is, no. And so I was like, I ended up rejecting him. And I said, do you have a business card? I gave him a fake name, though. I said, my name was Jack. Because I thought of The Shining as Jack Nicholson. I was like, my name is Jack. Call me Jack. And when I was there, he handed me this card, and his card was for the music industry. Said nothing about porn. I said nothing about porn. This guy was so trying to mislead into getting me to do something for a business card, or his business, that is in the music industry. His business card was a music production, for a music production studio that may or may not even exist, but his card he handed me, and I think I still have it somewhere. I'll have to show you on one of these things and tell the story again and show you this. And I'm like, I said to him, dude, you give me a porn offer, and I sat here and said, you don't give me a music offer? See, I would have, I was like sitting there with his card. I was like, you don't even mention anything about music. I was like, this is, like, this is bullshit. And you're offering there, and he's like, can you sing? And like, I mean, I'm a voice actor, so and all voice actors can learn how to sing, even if they don't know how to sing. So yes, I can sing. I was like, I even said that if necessary in that point, depending on his studio, because I was sitting here thinking I was gonna have some kind of control at the same time as being able to make my own music afterwards. But then I was like, I still didn't trust the guy though, so I probably wouldn't work with him because that was so fucking sketchy. Even if it was real deal on the industry, I probably would still fucking be like, probably no. But after that, it was bad, and I sat here, kept on thinking, like, how many victims in Hollywood have gone through and actually weren't like me, where it was like, I mentally fall back. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, not everyone is as psychological as me. Like, I don't like going back and trying to play verses back into someone else's mind when they're sitting here trying to play them out. And I was doing this with someone who apparently was in the music industry, according to his card. And what I believe is it was a load of horse shit, because I don't think it even exists. I looked him up, and there is a page, but I think it's a little horse shit. I think there's a page, but I didn't really look in. I just don't trust the dude. Even if there is a page, I don't trust it. I had massive questions about it because he was in this porn and showed me porn of like, and a thing that I'm like, there's no creativity here. I'm like, I criticized his porn that he gave me. I am very judgmental at times. I have been. I did it with my first concert. Even when I went to my first concert, I was tearing certain things apart because I was also in another mindset, because I'm sitting here like, that's not even that creative. And because I'm seeing shit that I too am imagining, and I let that happen to me. But it's like when I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, well, if I'm going to do porn, because porn isn't something that I really am interested in, but if I was going to do porn, at least it would be fucking mad more creative than that, is what I was like. I was like, where is your style? Like, this is just, to me, I was like, there's no color to this. There's nothing going on. It's just as a plain. And I was seriously I was not impressed with it at all. It was very bad. I mean, one of the best pornos I probably ever watched was directed by, I think, Bella Thorne. Different types of scenes like this, and I think it was a music video, if I recall. Like, I just remember different styles and things like that. That stuff was more appealing to me. But then the other stuff I wasn't so much into. Where I was open to the idea. I didn't reject it entirely until after. And despite that, I knew that part of me wasn't interested, and part of me was interested. And at the same time, I'm open to doing nudity, yes. But after, when I went further into this and I did investigation, I felt dirty. Like, this dude, I like, in a way, but at the same time, and it made me worried for lesser, manipulative people. And I think, like, if I wasn't so, my mind wasn't the way it is, and I think about other people. Like, he could have locked me in that room and then had an army on his phone ready to come tackle me, waiting, and I would have to go into this big-ass fight against probably, instead of just one person, it would now be a group of people. I kept thinking about, like, I could take this guy easily, but if he calls in a massive group, anything can go down. Like, if they have a gun or something and shit like that, like, realistically. And after that, I just, there's a lot to be concerned about in Hollywood, yes. Clairvoyancy is not the only threat, because programming can be used for all different other reasons. One of the things they'll teach you in Scientology, which is just common sense, though a lot of it is hooks and timers, and then how you wear gloves, kind of like capture, emotions and how they're trying to catch sense into things. It's shit I already knew about, and I remembered that going into this, I could create a name for myself by going into Scientology, and because I had such a relation to some of the shit, and so I was able to challenge and still use it and not entirely be a part of the cult, but also able to be a part of the cult and kind of half and halfway out and still be able to pull it off. Because in the end, I think I helped them sort of, walked and also broke away, because I had a couple times where things were there, and then I just shut it off and went separate ways afterwards. But anyway, still very much a lot of shit that goes on in the world. You don't believe in cults, you believe in the mafia, you don't believe in cartels, and joining gangs and shit. I've come across things where people wanted me dead at times, and I have come across groups of people. One of the times was because I was attacked, and I was trying to figure things out. I took things a little too far, to be honest, and I was, at one point, I was interested in, I was curious, like, why is, like, there is, like, how LA worked. In LA, I was told it doesn't run like this, and I was told, like, a lot of different things about LA, about the gangs in LA. I learned a little bit about that. I learned about, I was hanging out with another group that, for a short time, on one of the streets that was just finding their way. They're hanging out. There's a lot that goes on, and I have nothing against a lot of different things, but I do have, my only thing that I will say that I have against is dictation. Like, I am very pro free will for the whole entire world, though. So it's like, as a view to save the world, I feel like it's necessary for everyone to have free will. And except for those who try to take free will away, there's an undisturbance pattern that creates enemies, those who want to hurt people. Sometimes look at people who are into saving the world as a threat, even if they're not. They don't process it like that. Their minds are fucked up a little bit, to be honest. No offense, but they might take a little offense. But it's like catering to every single damn word still is also wrong. And there are things far worse than death. highs and lows out there, my friends, my viewers. This may be my last video of news in this world, but if so, at least it's out there. Trust the music industry. Depends on who. They can have, it's a very complicated thing because you can have evil integrated into something just as much as you might be surprised, honestly. Like, I could be surprised. Like, I could end up, seriously, you could think and know the world about someone and just end up not being accurate. And Hollywood has proved to me already that it's full of programming, is what it's full of, programming. And there's pros and cons of that. And besides, when I am involved in the industry, I do have, when I do my own things, I do have a sense of free will. Also, so it's a very concerning thing out there. But I'm more concerned for other, victims and shit, more than myself, though, to be real, because when I just sit here and I think about, if someone else, if that happened to the wrong, some innocent person, just happened to fall for that. So I will say, I probably should work on my trust myself, as a real issue, trust issue. I will agree with that, because I've been through a lot, though, to the point that I don't sometimes even know who to trust. Sometimes I'll even look at love interests, she might fucking kill me, or for some reason I'm more concerned about death when it comes to love, about dying, because it's it's the one thing that makes me not want to die. It's probably the only thing that makes me not want to die. It can be, I guess, but it's this vulnerability that can overcome you. When you open up so much to the world, there's a cost. In a world that cares more about using people and manipulation and shit, but you also get opened up to people who will be on your side, who will protect you. You will meet people. There is pros and cons. The pros are you'll get fast friendships with people who are actually genuine. You will meet really great people in the world that do care about you, that do love you, with, highs and lows, but yeah, there is evil out there, I probably should sometimes, I try to not think about it, but there, but it's a stand goal, Justine, is where that comes from, but through my experiences, some of it is, and the stand goal can become shaped by trust issues. It becomes, because I don't know who to trust. I don't even know sometimes if you should trust your own damn heart, trust love, that love stabbing you to death. See, I'm making myself. Look what I'm doing to myself. I feel like I am my own enemy. You know, let's say I had complete freedom. What would I be doing? There's so much shit. There's so much in the world. I don't even know where to begin. I want to save the world. I love animals. I love humans. In science, I also want to make movies. On top of that, and there's a lot in music industry. I feel like I would be involved in that as some kind of writer, inspirator, or in the background. But I'd probably just give it away for free because the band is my family. I'm not going to charge people to use my music and songs. So it's like. I don't like that idea. Part of me doesn't. I'd like to share for free. But going in, like, I would even make my movies free if the world would let me. But unfortunately, they might kill me if I make everything free. I think the best thing in the world for me would be a sugar mother. A financer. I need an agent. I need to, here's a dream idea. I move in with the spiritual Cyrus. I call the spiritual Cyrus family. And then, maybe end up being lucky enough, get a relationship with Brandy, and also have help with the rest of the world. Who knows? With the rest of the world, like having the family help me out with things and trying to make things work. My thing about Miley Cyrus, though, is that I love Miley, but I have a confession when it comes to Miley. She scares the hell out of me. I'm sorry, she does. Like, she feels so powerful, though. And I probably shouldn't even admit that. Like, she's the scariest, one of the scariest feelings. At the same time, makes it even worse. Because I do love her. Like, I do have that in me, that emotion. So, that likes her very much. But, I feel like the whole answer the call. I don't want to, like, answer the call. Freeze! Motherfucker! Freeze! So I'm that Billie Eilish song when she stops dead in front of the cops. That was me with the call. I heard like a call once and stopped dead in my tracks and I didn't move. I didn't even fucking know I was laid there. It's like nope. I don't know, but I mean yes, but no. It's like weird. Yeah, okay. These are long ass videos. I wonder if this is even running. Almost 5. But artificial T issues are going somewhere. I think this is how I make myself tired without listening to ASMR. I will start hearing myself differently than how it actually sounds. So I'm definitely giving myself mental issues. It feels like. Overthink much. Modern. But at least you get honesty. I am the guy who wrote Ura's Spill. Even if I didn't publish Ura's Spill. But I also met her as Bill, like, as in real life. Like, if you lie, you just end up telling the truth anyway. Because, turns out, I'm bad at lying. I'm horrible at lying. Because I don't even want to lie. That's the dead honest truth. Like, I would want to betray the contract before lie. You know, like, sign this NDA, non-disclosure, you can't tell anyone. Now that would be a challenge. I don't want to ruin my career, but I may not. I might break my contract by telling them. I could probably, I know I'd just have to confuse the hell out of people. I just accidentally tell the truth. Then now I have to confuse people. Like, I felt betrayed by Andrew Garfield's lies. I actually genuinely believed him at first, or I wanted to believe the dude. That he wasn't going to be in but then I also felt like he was going to be in it at the same time, but I just didn't want to believe that he was lying. And people were able to analyze that. I didn't see it because I didn't want to see it. I wanted to trust the dude. Like, where were you about Amazing Spider-Man 3? I always liked the Amazing Spider-Man, but I wasn't fighting for it at the time. But I believe in, I've said this before, I believe in variant films. I believe that you can do multiple takes on stuff. I said this about the Fantastic Beasts movie, that you're not supposed to say mean things, but I have to honestly say that I have never been as bored in a movie of something that I've loved growing up as much as I was bored in Fantastic Beasts. The Secrets of Dumbledore. Was it a bad movie? It was very political, very slow. It still has its own thing going on with things. It's different, and it's odd. It's an odd piece of work, an odd piece of artwork. And there are some things I like about it, and some things, but at the same time, I felt that something here doesn't work. This doesn't work. It's like there's got to be a better way to tell this story. Like, J.K. Rowling has to have a better way, or they have to have a better way to tell this story, because there's a story there. Don't get me wrong, but there's got to be a different way to tell it, like going about it. Because I think, sadly, it was very, very slow. It was one of the greatest downfalls of the film. That I think is the pace of the film. Unfortunately. And I grew up with Harry Potter. I taught myself how to read off the first 4 books. Actually, I would obsessively read the first 4 books. I've read the first 4 books more than I've ever read probably any book ever in existence, as physically. Even more than the 5th, 6th, and 7th. My favorite Harry Potter book or movie, I don't know. I have always, my favorite character in the book was Severus Snape, I think. Just because I felt like, I felt like that guy was the center. I felt like, hey, I get judged like I'm the bad guy, and then sometimes I'll pretend that I am the bad guy, but I'm not. And I don't think Severus Snape was a bad guy. I just think he pretended to be a bad guy. If that makes any sense, and because you saw where his heart was, or I read what his heart was, and I felt more in the books than I did anything else in the movies, though. But I did feel a lot with the movie. I think they did. Alan, out of the cast of actors, Alan was actually one of the greatest casts for Severus Snape, if you ask me. that one, I think they did so fucking good for casting. My favorite movie. My grandma's favorite movie was The Chamber of Secrets. I don't know. The first two movies have a different sense to them because the director and shit changed out, and then a lot changed with Prisoner of Azkaban, and it started to open up more. Actually, the world, they started to film outside and show you more. They started to direct differently with the Prisoner of Azkaban, and they did something I like that they did in the Prisoner of Azkaban movie that they didn't do in the book, is that they added the side effect of the time turner, and that I thought was better in the movie. Like, as the books go, the books are usually better than the movies, but the Prisoner of Azkaban movie did do something better than the books, and that was when Emma Watson's character, Hermione Granger, used the time turner. I think they did a better job with the time turner in the Prisoner of Azkaban movie than they did in the book, to be honest with you, because I think that as if differences go, then the Prisoner of Azkaban would be the best Harry Potter movie for pulling something off that the books didn't have. But as of similarities, or as films go in general, The Goblet of Fire is pretty well done, despite that they cut so much out. It's adrenaline pace, there's so much going on. As a film, like, if you didn't even know what the fuck Harry Potter was, The Goblet of Fire is still a very fun movie and sad movie. It's a mixture of emotions. It ends like, there's a scene that I don't like about The Goblet of Fire really badly, and that was the Barty Crouch Jr. scene. Because he was supposed to have his soul sucked out in the Dementor's kiss, and they just left you hanging. Like, I thought that part, I understood that they took the monsters out, the maze, the blast-ended scroots, and all this shit. But what I didn't like, I was okay with that, I understood that, but what I didn't understand was why they did not do the Dementor's kiss, at least, on Barty Crouch Jr., instead they just left it hanging. Like, I would say that movie needed the Dementor's kiss to make it make sense, because that part, I think it really messed up the movie. The future of it with that one particular scene, despite that the movie itself is actually a pretty damn good movie. Opening scene, and how they directed it for the hours that they had to spend to make the movie. From coming in, they skipped a really cool scene in the Dursleys, which wasn't necessary for the movie. I understood that. I think they did a very well job in editing and picking out stuff for the Goblet of Fire. But except for the Barty Crouch Jr. scene at the very end of the movie, that was the only flaw I really had. I even didn't mind Dumbledore getting angry and them changing that up. I was able to look past that. But the Barty Crouch Jr. not death scene, with the Dementor's kiss, I didn't forgive that part, I guess. I don't know, that part bothered me. But I was even able to look past the Sirius Black reveal, because I kind of, at some reason, even though I probably should have added that, but with the dog. But in the fifth, adding like James and shit, and mystery and magic. It's very hard to say what my favorite Harry Potter movie is, because I like them all, I guess, in their own ways. I like them more than the Fantastic Beast. I think the first Fantastic Beast movie is actually the best. But I don't know, I try to make things, try to make the best out of it, like Secrets of Dumbledore. But to When he walks off, the scene kind of gives you like, this is who Dumbledore is, doesn't join the party kind of vibe. But talks about the party instead, but doesn't join the party. A guy looking in. Tremendous loss, because part of him, I think he believes he's evil. Why is he the guy that's the protector in the background with all this? There's some deep emotional shit going on there. Mask between Albus Dumbledore. Should feel bad for the character, but looking at a lot of the shit in the world, what comes next in the world of shit, and there's so much variance of shit, you can get lost in it by being a die-hard fan in a bad way. You can take your I like how this thing thinks I'm talking to it. I don't think you guys can hear it, but it thinks I'm talking to it. I grew up on all sorts of shit. As I have mentioned before, I was a huge Jim Carrey fan, and I didn't know who Taylor Momsen was. Cindy Lulu until I think last year. I found that out. I think I found it out last year. So I had a weird conversation with someone actually at the concert that said, "Well, it's not weird anymore." I was like, I like how I went to that, because I never even thought of that ever in that way whatsoever, because I do not find Cindy Lulu. It's like, this was weird. I've never found Cindy Lulu attractive. Like, not ever. Taylor Momsen, on the other hand, with her badassness, I could see an appeal there. But apart from that, see, when I was a kid, I was interested in Disney Channel stars and more, because there was a sex appeal there. I remember that people put into that stuff, Nickelodeon shows, stuff like that. I was more interested in that type of stuff. I think the only off-film thing I could think of that I was attracted to was Emma Watson. Like 100 million other people were. I get it. Trust me, I understand. Would I ever date any of them? I have no fucking idea. Possibly. Right now I'm in a shitty place. I'd probably consider it at least. I feel like it would be wrong to say no. I'd be committing a sin to say no to that, I guess. Taylor Swift, I had her very first, I think I still have her very first album. I actually, as artists go, growing up, you want to know what album I have the most albums on? It's not Taylor Swift. I have Taylor Swift's first album. It's actually Avril Lavigne. I have every single one of her CDs from a certain point, because I'm an adult, I stopped buying them. But from when I was growing up, that was the only artist I had every single CD to, where I didn't miss a single CD. And I didn't do that often, because a lot of times I was burning music. I was stealing music. Yes, I did do that. A couple times, more than a couple times. But looking back on having things burned and shit like that, listening to music. Miley Cyrus, actually. I don't think I ever had a CD of hers, but I listened to a lot of her music, and I was a big fan of hers. But I'm pretty sure I stole or had someone else steal it for me when I was listening, or I listened to some other names. Like, to be honest, because when I look back at things like, I had a Rihanna CD, but I don't even know if I have that anymore. I had Akon. I was getting CDs randomly without even being aware and listening to a whole bunch of things. I don't think at the time I even knew what the hell I was listening to. Sometimes, it's some of it. Even as an adult, or when I was older teen, when I first heard Halsey, I felt something there, but I didn't know. I didn't play the matching blocks until December 13th, 2019, the exact date, when I connected the dots and when Halsey stole the show and made everything, made all that start to make more sense. It was Halsey for me for when it came to that. With that one, I remember that. And I will forever love her for being that powerful just alone. I gotta be quiet. I feel like I might be talking too loud and might get evicted from my couch that I am renting at the moment. Someone asked me before, why don't you get another apartment? And the reason is because it's so expensive to travel. To be honest with you, I would rather buy a van or a vehicle. I'm thinking about it, that as an option, and living in the vehicle. But gas is so fucking expensive, so that I don't think would work out for me for too long. So I would have to have an electric car, and I can't afford a fucking electric car. Like, honestly, I don't have the money for that. So if I did, I'd probably get myself a Tesla or some shit, or one of the electric cars I probably would. Also, I think I like Justine so much, because when I watched Justine's stuff, she's into Apple. I like Apple, but I buy Samsung products because I could do more with the Samsung products at my price that I'm doing, and that's partly why it's not, and I can't afford Apple and Samsung. There are, I get it, and why I'm choosing PlayStation over Xbox all of a sudden, because of YouTube alone. And that's enough to do that for me. So, but looking at this stuff, and I had speakers. I think I still have a Google Home speaker somewhere. It's like, I was always interested in this stuff. Like, I feel like me and her in another world, we would have been fucking best friends, because we both share that same mindset. Like, I've walked into people's houses and kept thinking about, wow, what if they had this? Or as a technology, thinking about, having a passion for robots and tech, and having that ruin some of my friendships because I liked tech and they didn't as much as I did. But and then I work with from that, so I'm dabbling in a lot of different things, which I feel like Justine, despite that she's in a place where people love the hell out of something, that makes sense. I understand why she would favor Apple as well, because they're very warm. They're a lot more inviting. I've been into Apple stores, and I get the vibe. I understand. I would hang out there too if I, was accepted and I had something to match, just alone for the people in those stores. Just for the people alone. You can overlook the flaws of the tech that is there for that. That's true. There's pros and cons. Most of it is money for me. It comes down to cons, but it's just odd to say because I've done some weird, questionable things in my life with it. When I have had a bit of it. When I don't know. But in the past. But nowadays I'm focusing more on pursuing things, traveling, and experiences. And if anything, I said this before, I probably should invest in a camera. A better camera, because this phone that I have, I need to get a battery for it. I used to have an extra charger battery. I don't anymore. It used to come in, it would come in handy right now even. It would come in handy when I'm traveling. But and the camera is fine, it's useful. I've taken an old Windows old Windows phone and took phenomenal shots with such a questionable camera. I've had bad cameras and was still able to turn the photos, take good shots even with bad cameras. If that makes any sense. But this phone, there is a flaw. When I'm in a concert and there's lights flashing, it can't record video. I can record, it's so blurry, it is so bad. The quality of indoor photography with lighting effects. You need a lens that can block out that lighting. That's why this phone does not offer a lens like that. I know what it is. The lens is definitely not equipped to take in that much light in such a dark area. It's also projecting chemicals like fog and shit on these stages that are coming from fire and shit. On top of the camera, just can't handle it. That camera cannot handle it. I feel so bad. I just read something. It's like people are trying to ruin people's careers. Like, I don't understand why someone would go out to try to ruin someone's career because of personal life shit that may be going on. They should not have done that to Johnny Depp. They should not do that to Amber Heard. They should not do that to Chris Pratt. They still have lives. Like, you, at the end of the day, no matter what the hell's going on personally in their household, it should not influence their job. Like, at the end of the day, they still have to do a living. People think, well, this is a privilege to do this shit. It is a privilege to do this shit, but it also is the only job they can do, I'm sure. Like, if you put Amber Heard or Johnny Depp in behind the counter or something, they would get fired. They would not last. They cannot work normal jobs, I guarantee it. Something tells me they wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't last too long. I don't even last too long. I worked at fucking KFC, and to tell you that what I got from KFC was headache. Before then I worked at McDonald's, and I got fucking a deaf ear. Like, I went deaf for a little bit because of all the beeping. I walked out of McDonald's though. McDonald's, you're not supposed to be honest. You sign this thing, you can't show pictures or take pictures of things in the background. But if you ever saw the back of McDonald's, I'll tell you, I didn't take any pictures, but I felt like I should have took pictures, but I didn't. You would probably never eat from McDonald's ever again in your entire life. McDonald's is dirty. It was disgusting. If you knew how things operated at that, it was one of the worst fast food places I've ever worked at. When it comes to things, I've seen bad places in the back. And if you saw Taco Bell, I used to eat, and Taco Bell, I used to eat McDonald's sometimes too, but Taco Bell, it was a part of my KFC. And when I was working at KFC, I gave up on Taco Bell, because when you see Taco Bell, and it's also very dirty, Taco Bell, it's not a clean kitchen. They put this shit on Hell's Kitchen, shit, how are they not getting fired for health issues? I still am baffled by that, because they're so dirty, and the food and how it's operated is just so bad. What about KFC? On the other hand, I worked at McDonald's as a multi. I didn't cook at McDonald's, but I saw McDonald's. In KFC, I cooked and cleaned. I was the cook. I actually was. I cooked the chicken all day, most of the time, for hours straight, and it was depressing as hell. It fucked up me, and I just ripped the intestines out. It's real chicken. That it is real chicken. Unlike some of the things that they sell, the chicken, because when I was dabbling in a lot of stuff, there is these fake things that I would eat after seeing, but the chicken I would, fuck it, the chicken's okay, more tolerable, because the chicken is just real chicken. The chicken is real at KFC. So it's just like cooking chicken with just seasoning, and pour the seasoning into this different seasonings. That's really it. So on the end, it's up to the cook to make it good, or not to be out of the brand, because you're supposed to gut it and take the asinines off. You know, you're supposed to. I would gut these. I gut the fuck out of the chickens, is what I did. And it's not for everyone. Looking in there and all these chickens. They were already dead. I didn't kill the chickens, I just cleaned the already murdered chickens up and trimmed the assigns out. I plucked the asses out, and then made the seasoning and cooked them. So God, it's just depressing to even say that I did that. I feel ashamed for working at KFC, and I just feel that I would ever do it again. Fuck no. Never, ever again. Thank you for COVID-19 for making me quit my job. I did quit that though. Like I said, that you get fired. I just one day decided not to show up, is what it was. So I'd assume that's quitting. I just didn't go back. I didn't sign to quit. I just fucking didn't show up. I just got tired of it. Didn't show up. Because the truth is because I was not happy. And you should do what you love. And
I didn't got nothing out of it. I got a headache from people playing mind games in the section that, or the manager sitting around doing nothing. Meanwhile, everyone else is working their ass off. It's like, nope, fuck this. Oh, no real soap and no. I remember that. Like I bitched about that a couple times. Like no real soap and no oven mitts. I said that for a while. It would be much easier to use something with oven mitts, because we get gloves and Tolans, the clip Tolans. And let me tell you about these clip Tolans, these little fucking hook things. They are absolutely a pain in the ass. They think it's a great little thing. You hook the thing down, all this stuff. Clip them. They think it makes things easier. It does not make things easier. It makes things worse. I did it. I didn't like it, doing it. I don't even know what to believe with all this stuff. Brands. Yeah, this is better, maybe. One of my favorite things about Selena Gomez is by grace through faith, and in having her, I think what my understanding, I don't want to dabble into their personal shit, but back with the whole Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez thing, is that Selena and him weren't really completely compatible, because I kind of, this is what I got from him, I may be wrong, but is that she's a bit, it's not bad, I don't want to word it bad, but she does have a kind of control vibe to her. Like she's like, she, like when she loves hard, like to the point gets jealous and stuff like that, which there's nothing wrong with that if you find who you're compatible with. But I've saw it before where she almost got supposedly almost got in a relationship with someone else, but then when she kind of pulled away because she saw someone else was interested in that. Because I think I kind of feel bad for her when it comes to her relationship stuff, I guess is what I'm saying. Because she's not a bad person. She's a little too giving. If anything, at times, maybe she should be a little more meaner. But if anything, I don't know. But I like her. I would possibly consider that dating her, yeah. Because I don't mind clinginess. But I'm pretty flexible and shit. But I am single. And I don't know. I feel when I look at her, I see that could be home. Yeah, I could definitely make that work. Be more than work even. I could definitely adapt to that. And because it's, we're supposed to be who we are, but who the fuck am I? I am an actor. I'm a science guy. So it kind of makes me flexible anyway to any type of relationship. It kind of makes me an actual super compatible dude. Once accepted, because I'm so. As long as you're willing to be in a relationship with me, I could probably make almost any relationship work. I feel like. But if I said I knew, I would be lying on that part because I feel like I don't know. I have a sense of hopelessness sometimes that kicks into me. I need material. In having a brain picked and not knowing how to communicate, I think you have to look by this stuff. Like, if the more controlling the relationship is on one side, the harder it can be to probably be compatible with that person. You can make a strain on it. I'm a very, true love kind of dude, which I feel like can also stop me from getting into relationships at the same time, because I am so concerned at times when I look at myself as a bachelor. I feel like if I was on that show and the first girl that showed promise, it would just be a matter of the first. I feel like I don't, I'd be concerned with even going through others, question myself to go through others. And then it's like I could possibly get into something where I'm completely taken over, and I wouldn't mind it at the same time, as long as she was real and really loved me. Then sure, I'm down with that. Definitely, I'd marry the hell out of her, whoever she be, into my life like that. I fall in love with all sorts of images and also loyalty when it comes to these combinations together. And breaking away from it and seeing disaster behind something and still being there in hell. I've seen Stranger Things all three seasons. And to tell you that I don't know. I know that I think I'm putting myself to sleep. And I'm searching and thinking way too much. I am making myself vulnerable. I am exposing myself and everything. I can also say bad things about myself that aren't true, but I can make things more complicated, I guess. I feel like I could do that, and I wish I wouldn't be able to do that sometimes, because then it's like, I gotta worry about if people actually know. Like, what would you make up that's a lie? That is, think about the worst possible thing you are, serial killer, that you're not. It's like, well, dude, what do you serial kill? Oh shit. See, my mind instantly would be like, you're not very detailed enough on your admitting that you're a serial killer. It's like, what do you mean by that? Oh fuck. I'm fucked up. It's like, I've killed a lot of cereals in my day. It's like, that's not the serial killer. It's like, don't say that. You're gonna jinx yourself. Or I create such a powerful effect that I get the perfect wife in the future that's able to look past all the bullshit. How about that? That's the pros of being too honest. Cons are, you'll lose a lot of business. Your job might falter for a little bit.
Well, we know exactly where you're going to be. You're never going to get hired by Steven Spielberg, Brandon. You've already ruined it. Why do you say that? I've smoked weed. What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Good point. So, like, do you have a thing against weed? The thing about weed is that there's different effects, different kinds. With my experiences, I went into a cornfield once that was hidden, and out in the middle of the night, walked for 4 hours, I think we did, before we got to that weed out in that was hidden in the cornfield, and started harvesting it. Well, I didn't harvest it. I was just watching them harvest it. But I was there, and then the dead Navy SEALsman, the lady's voice out of the middle of nowhere shouts, "I will shoot you." Next second, we're being swarmed by invisible forces. How much this sounds like fiction, but this is actually not fiction. Like, this part, no, for real. Like, we were swarmed by, I just felt like it was Navy SEALs, because it was like camouflage feeling, like these things came after us. I don't know, I just felt, but all I heard was a lady's voice. A lady saying, "I will shoot you," like, leave. And never saw anyone but my friend that was harvesting weed. And we went and took off afterwards, and when we got back, I said something about feeling like camouflage or Navy SEALsman. And the girl said there about the cornfield that's out there that is actually not too far from where her parents live or some shit, has a graveyard that it was there that I didn't see. Apparently I didn't see the graveyard, but I guess there's a graveyard right nearby, and that's it's a family graveyard or something like that, and it was Navy SEAL, it was dedicated to Navy SEALs. So again, a time where I was spiritual, and I had these effects. Like, it's like the Super Bowl all over again. I don't watch football, but then I started watching it, and then I was like, oh, Rams are gonna win, but maybe I'll, throw in here. But I knew they were gonna win, and then I knew, I called it, and then I knew I called the other Super Bowl as well. There's a saying I said all that year too. Oh, snap a tiger's neck. And it's so ironic that the Tigers, went into the Super Bowl while I was going also to LA at the time, while they were going to LA, and I knew they were going to lose. I felt like they were going to lose, but I don't know. I was rooting for them, though. I was rooting for myself to be wrong. I wanted to be wrong. To be honest with you, I wanted to be wrong, but my sense said that Rams were going to win. I didn't want it to be true, but I don't know, I just have a thing out against myself. I have to go back and look at my track record of predictions. They are, but the thing is I haven't been it depends on where you go, because I posted things online through, I don't know, Meta, before Meta, Twitter, and I called predictions out. I called it on the Surface phone, Despite that, I felt guilty because I never bought a Surface phone, but I did throw that out there, and they just like, we heard you. I was one of those people who actually was supporting the idea of the Surface phone, and then I didn't even buy it, to be honest. In the end, I didn't even support it afterwards, so that must tell me that I'm not a very good person or something, part of me. But I don't know, but because I don't really have the money for all this shit, for everything, and choices, and I don't know, maybe I should have bought that instead of the Xbox. I don't know, because I probably would still have that phone. We live in a very interesting world. And being involved in something, and see, this is stuff you can do right at your house, okay? Like, there's things you can do just behind the camera of your own camera or your own mic, like YouTube as an example. But there's still a thing about, like, you still become dependent on a way to do these other things. Like, if an opportunity comes, like, I believe my first ever movie audition I ever had was actually a Brad Pitt movie called Fury. I had people laugh at me actually when I said that, because I had an agent before. I had that agent, and then I got a different agent because I actually moved away from it again. And so, have you ever dabbled in this? I did dabble in it, but I've always faced the one particular problem I've always faced was not the talent. Definitely got that. I know that for a fact because I have this whole flexibility about me and being able to connect with people. Because I was even able to lie the second time and pull it off. And I'm pretty sure I could do it again. But money-wise is the problem. It always has been. The money problem. It's the only problem. And then I start to do my own thing and invest in things, and the money that I do get, I'll use it. Like right now, I'm using it to make content for social media. Like I am investing in social media usage and content of creating a voice that is not really financially going to help me into the movie industry without someone else funding me to do it, unfortunately. But someone said, well, if you keep doing this, someone will actually notice you and you may be drawn into this. But you still need the money to go do this stuff. That's the catch. And if you're investing in this media like I am, like I'm calling myself out on this, but the thing is at the same time, like when what I'm doing here still costs some kind of money. Like I'm still paying payments on this PlayStation 5, for example. So it's like, because I was able to borrow money, and I always pay my debts. I always pay my debts, but I can be slow at it though, so and that's true. But I always pay it back. I can be slow. Sometimes I'm faster. Like over the age limit, when I get older, I notice I'm getting slower at paying my debts than, because it used to be the other way around. When I was 17, people owed me money. Like when I was 17, I remember, and I didn't have any money because I was loaning out money to people. And then after, when I got older, so it's like some people are like, it's amazing how people survive. Like, where when you go somewhere, where did you go? Who came to you? How did you get involved in this? And as a thing that I don't think a lot of people really tell you their whole life stories about starting off. And like when I was in LA, you really, you understand that you could be picked up by the mafia. The cartel could be like your shelter, and then you owe the cartel. You know, do you think about it? Like, you might not even be in the movie industry if it wasn't for getting involved in the wrong areas in life. You know, and that's pretty sad. Like, to know that can actually happen to you, and to play the knowledge. I mean, to be the knowledge. The internet becomes your salvation, but also it's only salvation if it's understood that you're trying to avoid getting murdered or joining a cult to get somewhere. You know, it's like, I don't want to do that. To do movies is even to do movies. I don't want to join a fucking cult. I'd rather not. It's like, be a part of your mafia. I'd rather be with a family. Thank you very much. I'd like to just be accepted by the Cyruses, please, or Taylor Swift. Let me live with her and for at least a little bit to help me out in the industry. People I grew up on, loving. I'll rent your couch. You know, for real. I'll rent your couch. Yeah, I'll let, and what in exchange? Opportunity in the business. You know, would I ask for a relationship? Probably, at least once. But at least once. Growing up in areas and then having shit happen. This was the longest stream I've ever done. I could do a 24-hour stream, but and being rebellious, I might. I should go to move to Russia. I think America is great. Do you know why I said I hate New York? I've said it a lot of times, and it's true. It's because of the people that I am around make me hate New York. For real. It's not that I hate New York. It's just that I'll end up being somewhere, and you know, I had an apartment, and I would get noise complaints constantly because I am loud. It's just who I am. And I'm not allowed to be myself. A lot of people, if they had it their way, they would ruin my life. They would seek to dictate every single movement that I do. This is why I need my people, my family, the band. Oh, I dreamed of the family that I've always needed. Time to wake up. Don't go to sleep. Wake up. It's like, like. Programming. I just read some shit. I didn't listen to it because it could. I don't know. Maybe I should play it because it's a little controversial, probably for some. But yeah, programming and shit is a type of can be a type of abuse. It's just when someone wants to dictate your life, ruin your life. I'm gonna have to like arrange my life in the favor of my predators. I must become a victim for their pleasure. That'll never happen. I'm too fucking rebellious. I'd let my evil side come out into the manipulation before I let that happen. It's true, I do got evil in me, but just enough. Just enough for free will. What I use it for. That's the important part. Like recording things and then releasing it out to the public. If you were to, to hear some things from people, then it would just, the honesty would just spill out. And they would have a fucking, they would go into this hateful spree, I guarantee it. They'd get so angry because the truth just spilled out, they wouldn't be able to handle or process the truth being spilled out to the world. And then they would go off into this whole format of madness, controlling madness. That's what they usually do. If you study them psychologically, they'll go into any means to try to control you, or to control the narrative, or control this. And the truth, you can't. As long as you keep the truth up in the spilling part of it, it just keeps spilling. And they're trying to clean up and paint with lies and other shit to be more controlling, because some people, all they care about is money and control. And if you took that away, some of these people would be fucking heartless. They wouldn't love. They wouldn't know how to love. So without this evil tool, and it's so fucked up that some people are like that, but you know what the beauty about it though is that you can cut right through their strings with honesty. The weapon is just being truthful. That's it. You'll be so strong. Well, I mean, you might be surprised on how powerful the truth it can be. Bored in another world, me and Jonah Hill could be fucking chilling right now. Far in the world at least, or something. Meeting people. Would I smoke weed with Seth Rogen? Fuck, probably, yeah. I don't see why not. And I don't even smoke weed that much, but it's just, he's someone you'd want to be friends with, I would, because the guy stands for, things that I believe in, like being free will, freedom of speech. Dude would be arrested if we didn't have freedom of speech. He would even be arrested. It's true, we probably would be if we didn't have that and be able to fight for that. For people. I made my own reality TV show. I'm fucking weird, but I mean, I could be weird. I could keep things interesting. So this guy wanders the world on a budget, makes a little bit of money go to your couch. Whose couch will he rent next? Aren't you ashamed? If anything, I'm ashamed that I'm participating in the economy. Look, what the fuck does that mean? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Well, you're ashamed for participating in the economy. What? What the fuck do you mean by that? Psychological war, though. That's why I remind myself of things when I think about the flaws and the evil, because in the end there's still evil. It will, if I were to be completely full-fledged manipulative, it's not that I couldn't, like, as a combat. It's like, if you did that in a cartel, you'd get fucking shot. I would be dead right now. I would be fucking dead. Like, let's be real, I'd be dead. Because of my, at some point, if I don't have some kind of, even for me to have some kind of protectiveness to my magic. But the words, on the other hand, because you are going against people, even in America, that are against the freedom of speech and freedom of a lot of different things. But you'll find that they will go against freedom. There are Americans that are very hateful towards freedom, that are more pro dictation than a lot of things you'll find. How do you avoid all that stuff? Hollywood. But the industry, when it comes to the movie industry, can be very manipulative, but in a lot of things. But there are people in there battling similar things and going through their own things and able to use their own shit to, they go through similar stuff that I am going through, and I'm not even famous. Well, I've been told I am, but I haven't really paid attention too much about that. I've been more focused on helping freedom and free will and the acknowledgement of things. Like, I got a free drink once, and I felt guilty for getting a free drink because of, or I got a free drink more than once, but at this one time I got a free drink, I felt guilty. Like I used fucking witchcraft to get it. And true story. And too hard on myself in a world that is clearly full of evil as well, that maybe I should be let myself become something that I try so hard not to become. That I know that I can do it. It's just that I won't let myself. It's like, if that makes any sense, because manipulation and all this shit I know what it is. I know what it is, but you still have to do it to survive or thrive sometimes. And it feels like, and I feel guilty. I don't really care much for it, about being in it, but at the same time, I feel like I have very little choice. This controller still has battery life to it. This dual sense is pretty cool. looking at the dual sense behind the thing. It's like, what does this guy think? People decide your fate, unfortunately. But do they really? I think what the music industry has been trying to tell me, and why, when I sit here and think about it now, why we lie, or why they lie, is because there is evil fuckers out there. And they don't know any other way how to fight them. How to stay alive. I mean, there are people and fans that sit there, oh my god, the Beatles. Fucking fan shoots you overnight. Their reason for killing you is because they say they love you. That's pretty fucked up. Some fucked up shit out there. My future is, I'm being optimistic, but there is no guarantee that I even will be in a relationship for my entire life. But there's things I want to accomplish it, because I'm not evil. I'm not really evil. The only thing that brings out my evil is dictation. If there is anything evil about me, it would be my, I said this before, I really, really hate dictators. I really fucking hate dictators, and I try not to. Anything that tries to take free will away, I am not a fan of. In the real world, underneath all the makeup, the art, I do have something that I can hate easily, and do hate. And I can hate effortlessly. Like, as raw as hatred can get. It's the only true hate I have, I guess, is dictation. These fucking dictators. Even if it's just like telling me what to do. Sometimes, like, as a demand. You find ways around it, though. Like what they would do. When they're dying, right? Look at it this way. Someone could be dying, and you just say fucked up shit like that, and then, they realize that they're not going to get 100% help after it, when I'm the only person that's fucking helping them at times. Like, if I'm actually helping them. Think about it that. They become dependent in some way, in its full form. I could totally turn the tables that way. Make them need me. In exchange, I get to fucking record 24/7 if I want to. Even if they don't like it. See, I had a friend that actually was able to get away with not paying his rent. Actually, I actually knew someone who did this. And it's genius because it's just him being honest. And he used fucking honesty to get away with not paying rent for so long. And at the end, I think they ended up leaving and still not paying the rent. Like, they never paid it. Just again, it's all that is well will end well. It turns out there's nothing good about money. So there's perks of anything when you go against it, because it's evil, right? And they agree on the root of evil. Look at that. What we can do to people who truly love money, and what we can do to them if we wanted to. 343-869-777. Bad impersonation. I think it's a good number to end it on, actually, 69. Kind of right before, like, 609. It's like, kind of like 0609. I like the number. Because then it's like, oh, that fucker, yeah, okay. But I'll be back. I always am back in some way. I've had people try to kill me, and well, I woke up with one time I woke up, actually, like, I remember I pretty much was probably just knocked out. I did have that happen to me. Gangs and shit. To be like, oh, you're strong and you can fight the world. That is not true. That is not true. I could take on one guy, but an army or fucking group, I'm not that good. I'll die. Or in that case, get knocked out. I'm a fucking actor. Because that's what I want to do. I don't even want to fight. I just want freedom. And love. Sometimes it's like I might be overthinking or something, but the guilt of not going after something that you want, sometimes could be like partly devastating. I don't know, like it's almost like a sin you're committing, but at the same time, you might, it's not that you're not going after what you want, I guess, it's just, you might have to go a different way about it, just because of the presentation occurs. There's things in play out there, and being me, to tell you about me, I am absolutely, my own worst enemy, I guess, is the truth. And while other people do come after me, and I also think my greatest weakness is my heart, love is my greatest weakness, is caring, because if I care, it becomes a tool that they can use against me. And then I become aware of it as a point that I can actually do the same thing to someone else. I have never been, pro fighting or anything like that. I've come across people who have, but I've never been into that shit. But I am pro rebel when necessary, being a rebel, I guess. But I don't know, maybe I am meant to be a bad character or something, and I'm just not supposed, or I'm like just trying not to be. Maybe I'm supposed to be a politician, if that makes any sense. And I'm just trying not to be a politician. Actually, the first celebrity I've ever met physically, as far as I'm aware, was Hillary Clinton. I believe, because as far as I'm aware, I don't remember it too well, but she came to Green, shook her hands. But then again, what does that mean? Icons, symbols. I didn't vote for presidents until last year, whatever year it was. I don't even think my vote went in though, because I was in a different county, and I don't think it registered, so I don't think I actually even voted ever yet still, because when I went to vote, I went to vote and I think I did it wrong. I think I did it wrong. I was filling out the thing. I'm pretty sure I did it incorrectly. Dude, I circled more than fucking what was needed on the paper, I think. I think I elected more than one person in the one spot, if I recall. Actually, I was like, let them all be elected. Let's have 2 presidents even at some point. So we could run this county over here. I don't know. I abuse that stuff. Okay? I'm like circling more than one thing. Same thing with like you're at a doctor's and it says yes or no, and I'm like, yes, no. It's like I circle both. I don't know. It's like, where's my actual answer? It's like, are you Caucasian? And these ones are some of the weirdest shit I've ever said. I think and I don't know how people think it's not weird. It's like, are you purple? Are you a color of this? And I'm like, probably all of them. You know, I don't be all of them, I guess. It's like, I don't really, I just don't, I never have quite really understood or agreed with that. I don't really care, because color, as far as I'm aware, is just used to program. You know, I am not my ancestors. Why do I want to be my ancestors? Like, what? Like, why am I identified this? What would I identify myself as? I don't know, modern, trying to stay up to date, not die under the pressure of the dinosaurs that have caused so many programs. Oh, God, there's so many programmers. It's like fucking psychological warfare out there, 24/7, and in here. I'm about to hit that marker. I love everyone, and I pray that people aren't in jail. They're able to be free, and they fall in love, and live happily ever after, get what they want in life. You know, things that I would want, I guess, that I would want for you to, because I would want them. But I'm going to end this on the 69 for real. So, I love you all. You know, even not, except for dictators. I'm not going to love dictators. Sorry. But okay. Everyone else. And even dictators, I'll try to love you too. Probably not. I don't think it's going to work out between me and you and dictators. That's not going to work out. What am I kidding? That's not ever going to work out. I just love everyone else but dictators. All right. Good night. Adios. Or good morning. Have a good day. Thank you very much.